as we are once again alive upon the internet. As needed a refresh there before everything worked. And yeah, let's make sure that everything is actually set up correctly with bit rates going everywhere, having changed the title and stuff, right category, everything else in place. And my audio isn't broken. That's good. Yeah, let's let's take up this voice that I've kind of fucked up today. And let's grab doesn't matter. Not particularly. Let's grab this character. Although actually no, we should have taken something else because I wanted to save this load, or wanted to keep this load at, but it's fine. As I have the last day of SHD exposed.
Area detected.
Oh, yeah, this character is also over here, of course. Oh, you know what? Yeah, no, let's actually quickly. Let's go to character 2 because actually I want to not disrupt that build. just for now. So let's go over here. And hey there, Mambu. And hey there, Gustavo. And Brando. It's IKEA, or is it? Indeed, is it? Actually, tomorrow that will make even more sense than you think it will. As yeah, kinda, of course, we're gonna do some April foolery. That is definitely in the works. And actually, yeah, today I've done most of it already. I just need like a little bit more on it, and they'll come in the. I'll get that done tomorrow. But yeah, I also kind of used up my voice a little bit. Yeah, so as the title says, we're gonna work a little bit on some guides. That's gonna be specifically. Well, actually, no. First, let's go over here and go here, because that was one thing I wanted to add to this. And yeah, we'll be recording this tomorrow as its own thing as well. But for now, because I wanted to actually add a Centurion extra here. And just the other side of the Centurion, because honestly, I feel that's interesting information to have. So first things first. Wait, why is this 150 now? Did 20? Okay, I was messing around with that earlier. 28. Okay, so this should be just the same as these. Damage / RPM, or rate of fire. Size. Maybe we don't capitalize it. Size / rel. Oh, we also don't capitalize these, then it'll fit better. There. Okay, so this would be that, and then not that RPM. And then how much would it be? It would be 50% max size. Let's actually. Wait, how did this work with the thing? I already forgot. Should we have the Lexington and stash? Does it actually show the reload speed? Maybe it does. I haven't actually messed around too much with it still. First things first, though. That's I don't have it equipped. Because here we have this. 215. It's will be easier on a build that is consistent. But I just don't have the reload thing anymore, right? So, but yeah, I can still carry over the max size, of course. So this is 75. Let's actually show a different one here. So 183. This also has a weapon handling. Actually optimize this. Should have a second one actually. Where is the second one? Because it's likely on a character and I've just not been paying attention. Because I already had an optimized one. But weapon damage just doesn't matter here. So that, and then, so wait, what does it show now? 182. What does it show now? 129. Okay, so it does actually show it up in there. 29. Okay. Because also, yeah, the not filled in one was the damage one, right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I know that is staying pretty well, of course, but also not enough to be. Well, honestly, I mean, the holster is pretty good. Because really the only thing that really beats it is Bloody Knuckles, of course. Bloody Knuckles, of course, has some extra things you need to do with it. While we're on this character, actually, let's get some field recon. So let's spend the 500. So 1.9 remaining. Yeah, let's actually, so just wanted to add that one in. And now let me catch up here as well for a second. And hey there, Minister. And hey there, Herman. Hermanic. Which build should I take for Oxpecker? Oxpecker is just also just a weapon. It's like it can fit in a lot of builds. You want to have a shield, of course. It kind of synergizes with that. The way I messed around with it was with strikers with like 2 blue cores and a shield, or with memento and a shield, or going Hunter's Fury. Either kind of fits decently well. Thing with the Oxpecker though is that I feel a tech tank kind of just does what the Oxpecker does, but better. Like healing your shield, I feel like the tech tanks just do that already, and to a better degree. This gets in. Okay. Although for just proficiencying it, it's good enough to use. Like it's not horrendous. So if you just want a proficiency it, yeah, either strikers or Hunter's Fury, and give it like 2 blue cores, so the shield is a little bit sturdy, because even though you're healing it, it still needs to survive enemy fire as well. And then either Hunter's Fury or striker. Memento as well kind of fits decently well with it. What are we doing on this spreadsheet? This is one that we're gonna turn into a video tomorrow, which is just a lot of striker, and then basically reiterating why we use Cheska striker, chest talents, and then backpack talents with either with the sacrifice or with the obliterate chest. Because there's been a bunch of debate about the striker backpack, which like I can get behind the sacrifice plus gift. I can't really get behind going obliterate or any other total weapon damage talent on the chest, and then like obliterate Vigi doesn't make sense to me. Even though that's getting recommended quite a bit now. And then also, a bunch of other things we could run on striker and just comparing them just because I find that interesting. So we're taking everybody along. But yeah, kind of like how much do you lose for an Exodus? How much does a Bloody Knuckles get you? How good is the Centurion on numbers wise, just by that and stuff like that. But yeah, this will get turned into a spreadsheet tomorrow. Although this is already mostly done. Basically, this is kind of done. I just wanted to add that Centurion in, because this also, as the title says, we'll be working on some guides. And yeah, I actually wanted to work a little on this weapon variant guide, because I wouldn't mind getting this one done soonish as well. And what I was thinking is already, because the thing I wanted to do is, we did the variants basically, but I think it's maybe best to have all of the weapons in here. And then I can also use it as kind of like as a tier list, basically. So also, yeah, if anybody wants to have a look through the other spreadsheet we were showing, most of this is like, if you have the link, you can go to it, and I can give you guys the link. Right here. If you want to peruse through it already, but then yeah, tomorrow we'll turn that into a video as well. Oh, and thank you so much there, Hermanic, for gifting a sub there. I'm sure Max 4-time there as well will appreciate it quite a bit as they as they get some ad-free viewing, and I get to waste money on apparel. So it's a win-win, at least on this end. But yeah, thank you so much for the donations there and the subscription. Oh, well, that's subscription. My vision doesn't make sense. Why did the downtime of getting shot? Just damage wise, like at so on this one we have obliterate plus vigilance for striker. Sorry, again, that's just for striker specifically. But at 100 stacks, the obliterate plus vigi is not really ahead. Of course, what you kind of gain is at 0 stacks, it is a bit ahead, quite a bit. Actually, we can make this bigger. There we go. Because yeah, I can set at how many stacks it is. Let me scroll down. So at 0 stacks, it's 15% ahead. But then also when you lose vigilance, is like 5% behind still. But the thing is, once you can actually reach like 50 stacks, which isn't that long, that difference is almost gone. You have you're 5% ahead, and if your vigilance drops, you're like 13% behind. And at 100 stacks, it's like 17% behind if you lose vigilance, but just like barely ahead if you don't. And then with sacrifice, it kind of makes more sense because with sacrifice, we're splitting up, we're splitting up these two pools. Especially the thing is vigilance and obliterate going into the same pool kind of hurts it. So if we kind of split it out and we have a total weapon damage pool and then perfect glass, like this sacrifice gift makes a little bit more sense because at 100 stacks, you're 4% ahead, which is decent, but then at 0 stacks, you're like 20% ahead. And even if you drop it, you're kind of around the same damage. But the same thing here as well. Like if you go to 50 stacks, the differences is already like it's kind of, the striker backpack is kind of in the middle of the two with vigilance on or off. So, and the final outcome of this will be actually just like, it's not that vigilance is bad, but especially sacrifice plus vigilance or sacrifice plus gift, especially with 3 seconds. That's a decent go-to. And obliterate, don't know. So if you're going to obliterate, might as well just go striker backpack, I feel. Because you can't lose it. And it's about the same damage, honestly. Not up front, not on 0 stacks, but that's also kind of okay. But then also the final, like you can go with any of them, but definitely the one thing that is kind of being thrown around now is like the striker backpack is dead, which is just no. That's a hard no. Last lesson's gonna be soon. Well, thank you for the kind words on top, and thank you as well, Ash, for keeping that sub going as always. Much appreciated. And yeah, thank you, Ash. And yeah, it was. We'll be sure to indeed waste those likely tomorrow if new apparel comes out. We'll mess around with that. So it's striker backpack. It's basically a trio kind of, because this kind of, you can kind of see this. Well, the first 2 red ones, this is basically obliterate plus striker backpack. SBBP is striker backpack. And then what you get there is especially coyote as well. And then also these 25, 20, 15, 10, 5, and 0, that's kind of basically just total weapon damages. And that's also because unstoppable force, kind of, it starts on 0 and kind of goes to 25. But then you can also see this 15 as like companion or composure or stuff like that, where you could go with a different damage talent on the backpack, like those. Or even like concussion is like 10 and 25. So this kind of covers up a bunch of other talents as well, which we could have there, but I wouldn't say I wouldn't say it's kind of worth it. Yeah, let me catch you here for a second. Level up in Division 2. I play Xbox. If it's going to help me, or is that one? Please, thank you. Well, first of all, I couldn't even if I wanted to. There is no crossplay, and I'm on PC. So for somebody to help you, they would need to be on Xbox as well. There is no crossplay. If you're looking for people to help, especially if you have access to Discord, which you could, it's, I think even on Xbox is nowadays available, right? I remember some people. Then on that, if you just go to if you search for in the hub thing for Division 2, there's like the official forum, there's unofficial forums, Discords. And especially a bunch of community ones where there's a active LFG scene. So you can just go hey, anybody doing anything where I can maybe jump in and I'm new, and then you could maybe teach me a little, and you'll likely find somebody going yeah, sure, to tag along. That's right, it is, man. Oh, thank you. So right, obliterate origins. Let's see the numbers of back to sex. No. Yeah, I mean, there's been a bunch of bad statements around how much vigilance can add. But yeah, it's basically, you can pick vigilance, but I personally wouldn't do it with obliterate. I would only do it if you're going glass or maybe spotter. You could also make a case for spotter. Basically, as long as it's not 2 total weapon damage talents. But yeah, obliterate Vigi, it's okay, but I wouldn't sacrifice this, because every time you get hit, you're dropping. And then also the thing is, when you're getting hit, that's when you would love to do the most damage, right? Like that's the moment that matters, because you're getting hit. You would want to return fire and kill the thing that is hitting you as fast as you can. Because I don't dislike vigilance, like especially on high end and stuff. I think vigilance is the best choice in there. But on the striker end especially, I don't think Obliterate Vigilance really has that much going for it, because that upfront damage that you get, that's also kind of gone after like even. Because also as well, if you guys want to like play with this, you can always, if you copy this to your own drive, because yeah, you can't edit in my drive, of course. I'm not allowing that because people would just mess everything up. But if you copy this to your own drive, you can also kind of play around with like these fields are kind of set up for how many stacks we have. And the thing is, like, even at like 40 stacks or something, even 30 stacks, like most of that is kind of gone. Most of the advantage. And then, you know, because if at 550 stacks, if you have vigilance up, you're 6% ahead. But if you lose vigilance, you're 13% behind. And then, yeah, the 100 stacks. And the thing is, like, strikers, we reach 100 stacks pretty consistently. Like, 100 isn't hard. 200 is a little harder, but especially as well with a decay of 3 per second. But yeah, we'll turn this into a video tomorrow as well. Let's go actually over here. Let's start working on this. Although I need to be on a build without any weapon handling. Preferably. Let's go with a foam eclipse. Sure. That's not gonna have any weapon handling. Yeah. Okay. Actually, let me catch up on my. Want to share this? I have 2 control points randomly. I got 2 different maxed out mods. Don't know if it's just some or just random. Not sure. I mean, that's random. Let's. It goes like that. Sometimes you'll get, you know, I've had the thing of like doing a mission and you get like 3 exotics in one mission, and then you don't see one for like 2 weeks. It goes like that sometimes. If you want to go with class cannons, it's just obliterate and striker back then. Sorry, what? Oh, if you don't want to go glass cannon, yeah. It's basically edge, like the Cheska obliterate with Coyote. And then Coyote plus, yeah, indeed. Coyote plus Grupo or Coyote plus Fenris if there's already enough Coyotes here. As I didn't catch the don't there on my first reading. And then, yeah, if you're going glass cannon, then vigilance is definitely a decent choice. Because, for instance, as well, in the end, I added in the build collection as well, there's a recommended striker folder. So even in here, I have actually, you know, Cheska Coyote, or Cheska Obliterate Coyote, Cheska Obliterate Coyote, Cheska Obliterate Coyote, but then with AR, SMG, LMG, a chest striker, and then actually I do have like sacrifice plus gift as like the 5th recommended one. But it's mostly as well kind of as a rebuttal to, there's a lot of people going around going like the striker backpack is completely dead, and one of the things that they do is just go like the multiplier of the striker backpack is just 15% basically. Going from 65 to 90 is just a little over 15%. So they go like, okay, so any talent that adds more than that will win. The only thing is though that if you aren't going striker backpack, or if you go with a high-end backpack, you lose Coyote as well. And Coyote is really strong. It's just the opportunity cost basically on top of that. Should I use for beginners? I for this in if you actually go to the, I mean, I can directly link to it as well. Link here to the recommended build list. I'll do it in both chats. and that leads to this file. And as you can kind of see, it goes basically in order. And I would definitely say starting out, make a striker. It's pretty easy. It is very squishy. You have to kind of either get used to that or make some other choices that are a little bit lower. But generally just start out with something like this. Then you kind of know what the general meta is. You have like a point to compare against. And then you could go with other red builds, but also, for instance, for solo, I highly recommend. Although these require, the thing is with the tech tanks, like for instance, this Heartbreaker tech tank, this requires a memento, this requires technician to be unlocked, and both of those things may take a while and aren't super easy. But for instance, for solo play, I run stuff like this quite often, which has like a really strong shield. That shield is getting healed and stuff every 10 seconds by the Artificer Hive, which is that hive. But that one's locked to technician and stuff, so you need technician to be unlocked, you need a memento. But you can also, for instance, very easily, if you are even like a medium level shot, basically, pretty quickly, for instance, put together a hot shot with Determined. And this build is then kind of a headhunter build, but only what you really need to do here is get one headshot kill first, and then Determined, basically, you can just body shot after that. Like once you have a headshot kill in and have stored an amount in headhunter, from there you can just body shot. And this lets you basically jump up to heroic, maybe even before you're ready for it. So there's basically, yeah, it kind of depends as well. Like what playstyle you have, what kind of builds kind of you mesh well with. Because for instance, those tech tanks, they're much more aggressive. You can be a lot more aggressive with them, but you kind of also need to be a little bit aggressive with them. So it depends on if that's kind of your playstyle or not. But yeah, I have a perusal through the recommended list there, and all of them as well. It has like a thing. It has a little header explaining what the build is kind of for. Yeah, let's work on this for a second. So if I take this, so which ones are we missing here? Because yeah, let's actually do them in the order of recommended. Which means we'll have 3 of them here, and then the fall kind of comes up with that. This seems like a bad idea, actually. I should maybe do it like that. Because it's very easy for me to forget when I feel that. We'll double check at the end. We'll solve it that way, right? Yeah, let's grab a FAMAS. Let's grab F2000. Let's actually equip an AR. Let's go upstairs so we have the other stash.
Restricted until further notice. Please boil your water for at least 1 minute before consumption.
Because this one is a little easier to get to go into the wall. Although maybe we do it with the order. Yeah, let's do it with the order of names here, and then. Yeah. So let's do AUG, Carbine 7, CTAR. P416 should already be 1000. AKM. Honey Badger. PDR. M4. It's actually quite a lot of them. And then TKB. Shouldn't be in full screen. I extended the scope of this thing by quite a bit, accidentally. But I feel this will be useful. Let's just get the pictures in here first, and then we'll go from there. I'll fill it all in. Oh, weapon name, actually. You know what? Let's do them in alphabetical order then. Let's start with dog, actually.
Firearms training is now available at the shooting range. To book a time slot, report to the range. Those with previous law enforcement or military experience will be prioritized.
Okay. This is in the wrong field, actually. Should be here. Yeah. So next up, Carbine 7. Name first. I didn't ever noticed how much this thing actually kind of disappears when you're taking pictures in the void, just because it's all black of a gun as well. So it just kind of disappears almost. There we go. Let's actually, yeah, let's copy a bunch of these. You can always delete if we have too many. It's Carbine 7. So CTAR. Is this thing in actually any context called a CTAR? Because it's a TAR 21, that's the actual, the actual weapon name, but some of these other ones, they sometimes have taken names of like special country variants, like the SA, SA 58s being, British nomenclature for falls, if I'm not incorrect. I wonder if there's a place that calls them CTAR. Well, actually, that like the Tavor isn't even like used by many militaries, is it? Right. It's basically just Israeli tech. Now, one of the things I might expand this by as well is just adding in the damage drop-off and the reload. Basically, the entire weapon handling segment. Yeah, let me get you up here. What is my playstyle? I mean, kind of depends. At this point, I'm okay-ish enough at most playstyles to kind of, go in and out with. Because some builds you need to play differently. If you're playing a glass red versus a tech tank, those play quite differently. Because there's also a thing of like, you have your own playstyle. Mine leans more around to be pretty aggressive and stuff. That's why I kind of love the tech tanks. Not hiding too much, just rushing in and blasting. And trying to also, kind of be in close range and then kind of separate enemies from each other, so you're fighting one at a time and stuff like that. But then, like, if you're running glass, you kind of have to play that differently. And some people are more of that, of like keeping long range and kind of, trying to keep the engagement contained and stuff. So weapons do you want or like to use? So actually, weapons wise, it's kind of it really depends on a bunch of parameters. But here, for instance, actually, this guide will eventually kind of end up as here are kind of my recommended weapons for each class. We're gonna sort them basically. We're gonna order them in kind of like a tier listing kind of thing. But I'm still kind of working on the bones of it, because first we want to get basically all of these in, and then I want to see then maybe if I expand it to even be more stats than just this. And then we see from there. But definitely want to use this kind of as a tier listing almost as well. That's why we're also already expanding. This was supposed to first be just variants. One of each, the variants basically, and just kind of explaining which is the better one in a variant. And then, yeah, what I mean with variants, there are weapons that are basically same base stats, but they have, they're variants of the same type, basically. Like with the falls, basically. All of the falls have the same base stats, the same reload, the same base damage, all of that kind of stuff. And then, like, the only difference that they really have is a little bit of handling differences. And actually, those bars do a decent job of actually showing that even. But then actually with these single ones, the bar doesn't make too much sense. So I'm kind of, although for now we'll just stick to adding this in. So either I need to expand that to be also the drop off and also the reload. Maybe. Or we just remove that and we just say this is the, because also this is getting a little bit bigger than I was anticipating, but it's fine also. But this thing might take much more time than I was originally intending. I missed the AKM. Does this character still have the Lexington? Because actually a first sight should also be one separate in here, because we do have a first sight in there. But I forgot the AKM actually, because I grabbed that first sight thinking it was AKM. Although actually, let's finish up the FAMAS first. So first we'll get all the pictures in, then we need to fix up the left side there. And we'll go from there. AKM. Because adding stuff to this wouldn't be per se hard. But then maybe we add in the damage drop off and the reload to it as well. Or we just remove that section and then make it easier for ourselves to. You know what? We'll debate it with a few people. So now the first site then, because your Lexington as well will give a separate entry. Basically anything that on the burst and sustain tables is its own entry. That's for sight. Honey badger. Okay, so another 6. That's a lot. Not sure that was the right number. See in a second. One thing I want to try as well is see if we can get any AI out there to maybe ingest all of these bars and spit out numbers. Like how much of this bar is filled in percentage wise. And that could actually be interesting data to have as well. Honey badger. So Lexington next. And because of how messy we made this, this is definitely going to turn out by the end of somebody going, hey, you totally missed this weapon. Although we'll just solve it then. Like if one weapon is missing, we'll coming and solve that at the time being. Because I wouldn't be surprised if I accidentally miss one here. So Lexington, PDR. Accidentally inputted there. Release M4. Name first. Because then these text things, they're definitely not designed to like move pictures around after you've kind of made them. So if I don't get that name in first, it's kind of hell to try to get them to swap places. Actually. Also, let me have a peek over here as I'm kind of in my own world. What's on for goodness sake? And it's the thing is, it's balanced around missing that mod slot. Like they could, but then it would also like have to drop a little bit of damage. But F2000 is definitely still usable. It's annoyingly just like second place kind of to the FAMAS by a degree that is just, you go like, although, well, it handles a little bit, like the stability of it is a little bit better. Its accuracy is worse though, it's kind of the thing. But F2000 is definitely usable without that mod. You got to remember that, yeah, the balancing, especially now, does take into account kind of those kind of things. And actually, in a bunch of different categories, the better weapons, there are a bunch of weapons that are actually better without, like, they're one mod less, but they're actually ahead because they have enough compensation on their base damage. For instance, the MG5 versus the infantry MG5 is kind of that, the 6 CQB versus the 6716 normal, but then the 6716 CQB is actually, for now, kind of the better pick. And I'm looking at this thing and going like, yeah, if we're gonna have every weapon here, what we should also have is kind of their drop-offs and stuff. And maybe try to get metrics tied to those. Because honestly, that's been a thing that I've been wanting myself, but I've been not wanting to do it myself. The idea was just like, hopefully somebody does it at some point, but so far, nobody has. So maybe I'll do it. It's one of those. Fine, I'll do it myself. Actually, there was one on this side as well. Servers are up. Soon as downloaded, I've received alpha 02 error code. Which ones are alphas again? One thing you could try is actually, I think alpha is that if you're running on PC, try restarting UbiConnect. I think that was alpha errors, right? Sometimes. But yeah, try restarting UbiConnect. Just quit out and just log back in on UbiConnect. If that doesn't solve it for you, then try doing the verifying game files, because something might just have gone wrong with the update. Verifying game files, at least on PC, is if you go into the library, if you right click the game and then manage and then verify files in the library. But yeah, servers and stuff are all up. At least also nobody, but sometimes, yeah, they go down like in a region or something. We've had that definitely before, like American people kind of having issues when the rest of us kind of didn't. But when that's the case, people, trickle in and go like, hey, everything's broken, which we haven't had really anybody else today. But yeah, try restarting UbiConnect if you are on PC, or just your system as well if you aren't on PC. And then if that doesn't help, try verifying files. Okay, so TKB is the last one, so we can I just delete this? We can. So one thing as well, there's too many spaces in between all these. Or line breaks, technically. Let's for today just fill in all of this left side, and then we'll leave it at that for today. And then we'll come back tomorrow and kind of like maybe sort it into an order. Although maybe we sort it into order, that shouldn't take too long. First things first, though, let's actually just delete all of these other numbers in here. Well, actually, those 5s I should leave for a second still, because we'll use those for notes. Gonna just not have these in the one I copied from. Lesson learned for when we do this to SMGs and stuff. Okay, so og type one variant. Also, actually, with these, it's all going to be variant. Let's maybe already go through and do the boring thing already. Eh. Sometimes hard to see where it's landing. Okay. Because all of these are one variant. The preferred can go. Oh, actually, yeah. So that all can go. Wait, but then let's do it like this. Should have realized that earlier. uh, 'Cause, yeah, we just lesson learned for in the future as well. When we're all copying all of these, we just do it like that. Because there's no multiples, so we don't need all of the other things. There's no preferred one between them.
Consumption of drugs and alcohol on site is forbidden. Violators will be removed from the secure area immediately.
No. Hoping to triple click and just select that whole thing, but that doesn't work. So carbine 7 type CTAR. Actually, it's all capitalized. CTAR type F2000. Famas. AKM. Actually, well, let's go AK-M. AK modernized. And then this is first site. Let's add a note here. Based. It's based. It's based. Based on AKM. AK-M. How much headshot did it have? 30 or something, right? Is it 25 or is it 30? 30. And then stun AKM plus 30 HSD. Damage. Samage. Headshot Samage. Slower, or let's just go worse reload.
If you notice suspicious activity, report it to the nearest JTF member immediately. Do not intervene or risk causing...
Actually, also, this is but worse reload. Actually, all of these can go. Because actually, I don't need to say. Man, if we're extending it all the way out here, then also, yeah, we need to have like if it's long rail or not. Huh. Making this. My brain is coming up with ideas to make this much more comprehensive, but then also like that's gonna suck for actually getting it done. Because now I'm going like, you know what? We should actually have like maybe another thing here, and then we can have the drop off plus the reload speed, and then on the left side we can have which mods it has. That would make it actually comprehensive, kind of. Let's actually try that in a second. Solo in the division has 3 buckets, skill tier per skill, and incoming repress is the formula for healing output, and is there a percentage cap you shouldn't exceed? No, there isn't a cap percentage. Also, Angie, thank you so much there for the donation there. As always, much appreciated. Also, yeah, don't feel the need that you like kind of have to like pay for an answer or something like that, but I do appreciate it, Devin. But basically, yeah, the thing is, it's the healing amounts. Let's actually bring up the game kind of. So let's actually go to F5 for instance. So you have the healing amount from this, and this is then affected by tiers. The tiers just show up basically how much healing you have here. This is a separate this is separate from skill repair basically. So it is a base amount. So for a lot of the skills, I want to know them off the top of my head. You could actually kind of reverse engineer them by the stats you have, but it's basically, yeah, you have healing here, and then you have skill repair going on top of that, making this then this number. So whatever this number is showing is basically whatever the skill tier is plus your skill repair, or repair skill, I mean. Although the game kind of uses both. And then incoming repair is on top of this, but then only for you. And it's also only personal. So the thing you want to do if you're doing, self-healing in that way, you want to kind of balance it out. And then the thing to remember as well is that the watch also has some repair skill. So generally, if you're going kind of for like that self-healing, although the thing is, it doesn't work out well enough. But yeah, you have 10% here. So generally you want one more mod in incoming repair than from repair skill, because you have the watch kind of being like, half a mod. And you kind of want to balance it out, because those two are multiplying against each other. So if you were to just, you're worse off if you're just going into like incoming repair than just going like kind of half into repair skill, half into incoming repair. And then the skill tier is kind of, it's kind of dependent on what skill you're using, because not all skills are as, like, they don't gain as much from the tiering, basically. Although, yeah, for instance, on the chem, it's 20% per thing. Same here, actually, on the healing hive. I think, for instance, is the drone also linear? Oh yeah, the drone is also linear. I might have one that is like not linear. Is it the healing trap maybe? No, that's also 60, 80. Okay, 120. Yeah. Mender Seeker? Also 120. So it's basically also linear. It's 20% basically per tier. And all of those are just separate pools, basically. So feeding into all three is, you could like kind of balance it out. Although, of course, the skill tiers come from a different kind of, they can cost more, but then with capacitor, you can kind of get it back a little bit. Should normalize mod slots? In what way do you mean? Oh, do you mean just in PvP and stuff? Actually normalizing them? So you just maxed it out? Although, well, that wouldn't be normalization. That would be just, filling them out. Yeah, let's go back here, actually. But I hope that helps out, basically. You kind of want to balance them. And yeah, it's kind of in the same way as the damage calculation or something like that. The more you have into one, the less you gain from that. So if you kind of balance them out, especially incoming repair and repair skill. But the thing to keep in mind is that it's still kind of, even on the bigger numbers of it, you're giving up a lot to gain not as much. You're giving up a lot of damage, especially. That's why, for instance, for myself, kind of lean towards tech tanks, which have the healing on the shields, which is a lot more effective than the self-healing you can provide. Like a single would you focus on summit or countdown for them? Countdown, definitely. Summit with 4-man can be okay, or summit if you're like half floor 90 at the ready could be okay. But yeah, countdown just by sheer volume. It gives you quite a lot unless you're, specifically doing some cheesy stuff. Accent and type. PDR. Yeah, I'm kind of looking at this guide now and going like, I get the feeling we're gonna have a severe scope creep on this. Because I'm kind of looking at this going like, okay, it would be nice to have also what mod types to have. So expanding each of these by another row. What mod types to have, having the drop off plus a reload speed for each of them as well. And then maybe even having a column to the right where we do the recoil pattern. Kind of.
Please remember to maintain a high standard of personal hygiene and cleanliness. Thank you for your cooperation.
I might actually change one of these to kind of. Because how would that look? Let's maybe take something that already has tree. Just as a test. So if we add a row here,
Please remember to switch off and unplug all electronic devices that are not in use. Thank you for your cooperation.
so as you see how we can get a square one, or as square as possible. So that's leaning that way. So what if I have it here? Leaning that way still. Can't find a good spot. Oh, that's actually likely the cleanest. So what if we kind of do like this? Kind of like that. And then, although also, yeah, it's different for some weapons, of course. So we can't put it at the variant level. We would need to put it at the, or we can't put it at the type level. We need to put it at the variant level. That will make it also like super big, because if we just have an extra layer here for all that. Although we just slam all this into the second row and then just in the third row we make that. Now let's try. So let's say we do so this would be optics rail. Or optics ray. Optics rail. There we go. And then 5, 5, 5, 5, 6 magazine slot. So usually just how this looks. Long under barrel rail, and then 5.56. 5.56 muzzle. Okay. I know this wouldn't be too hard to add, and then we can just copy this over and over, and then on some of the weapons that then don't have it, we can even like bolden this to be like short. I don't hate the look. I do hate how much work that would add to this. That's the only thing I hate. Yeah, let me get you up here as well for a second. Make the max let the drum actor is it's a drum. And they just use balancing. Like, I mean, it's the same as with some, some magazines just being weirdly shaped, basically, and stuff. Like the triple stack is a weird look. Well, I don't think they care too much about like those kinds of things too much. Some forces as well, some weapons actually don't change the look of their magazine even when you change them. CTAR famously. Going to 50 rounds, it keeps the same. I don't hate how that looks. And yeah, this would actually give a place for this kind of information, because I've been meaning to just kind of put this all, but I was kind of thinking of putting it in the burst and sustain table kind of thing at the bottom, which mods they have. But then also if I gather everything here, we can quickly alter it. The thing is as well, it's not too hard because, for instance, as well, all of these drop-offs and stuff, I can literally just go like this and just go it's kind of hard to find the spot, but they all have the same drop-offs and stuff, so. But then also maybe we put this here then, actually. Because now we're just repeating it. Would that be an idea? Because now we don't per se need these nodes, because I was using this mostly as well to go like, hey, this type doesn't have that, we would have that here. Actually, yeah, that kind of makes sense. So instead we do this. Because there isn't a single variant that will not have the same dose. So yeah, that makes a lot more sense. And then we basically have that. And then we can always, if we still need nodes, we still have this spot for nodes. Yeah, let's do it this way. But yeah, we'll start working on this that way tomorrow. Yeah, let's leave it at here, because I've kind of we did enough for today. Let me just slap all these weapons back together, and then this thing will just take up some time to just get going. But actually, yeah, I kind of like, we'll just do all of them kind of like we did this SOCOM one. We'll put the reload time in, we'll put the drop off. Anything else we would want there? So this could also then be a comprehensive list of like which weapon has which rails and stuff and mod slots. Because well, also for like some of us it doesn't matter, but like sometimes even getting that 556 like the crit chance mod on the muzzle, or here's a 762, right? Where I think one of them you get from a side mission, but the other one you don't. So even that can matter sometimes. Yeah. But yeah, let's leave that thing for now. Let's get cleaned up here. We'll put all the borrowed stuff back into the stash. Just quite a lot. Also, actually, did they announce server maintenance? Because weren't they gonna do something for April Fool, or was that just like maybe it's something very limited? Because it's definitely not a new item at the very least, unless because they were selling 417 out of 417. Because last few times before they added in new items, they were already in the thing. Actually, so yeah. To launch the April 1st event, we will be performing a scheduled maintenance Tuesday, April 1st, 2005, 9:30 my local time. Estimated downtime is 3 hours. Okay, so yeah. There's my answer. Does it already talk about anything about it? No, it's just a message. No patch notes to go with it either and stuff. So yeah, tomorrow patch day. Although for the April Fool's event, so likely we'll be getting some new item with that, and then likely it's going to be projects again, and then also what was I going to say? New item. And yeah, this time they didn't leak it up front by putting it into expertise. Last few times, because Lexington, for instance, we already saw being in the expertise first sight. Same, basically, yeah, cooler as well even. Actually, let me catch up here for a second. I won't fold up that at 30. You change the for actual ammo consent from real life, that's for sure. And the thing is, that would like add a lot of balance complexity. So that's why they mostly went 50 rounds. I don't know why they went 42 rounds for the AUG. Like, I can't. AUG doesn't. Like, there is no version of the AUG. I mean, it likely has like extended mag that is 42, right? But I'm not. I don't ever remember, at least in other games, where the AUG is also in there, it being like bigger or anything. What platform am I using for the build? Why are we yelling? I'm on PC, but the builds are kind of universal. There's definitely something to be said for, you know, maybe Regulus headhunting and stuff being easier on PC, but then we have Determined, which can exist. Yeah, this maintenance, that's gonna be, yeah. Indeed. So yeah, tomorrow we'll have some maintenance. And yeah, for now, let's actually, I wouldn't mind going and getting a few more SHDs exposed. I have enough for 10 exotic caches already. I wouldn't mind making that number a little bit bigger. And actually, I barely played around with this build. We made it kind of, we added, did I add this to the collection actually? I don't think I have yet, right? Or did I? No, I must have added it. I mean, let's go check. 211. No, I added this in, right? I did, okay. Yeah, 211 is this. Because this used to be the ninja bike. Other headhunter. Let's actually, yeah, let's take this up against some, just maybe some peoples over here. Let's take all 5. Let's take all 5. And then also, so. Oh yeah, actually, yeah, so we're running the global event, of course. So let's actually go get some trying to think, because there's one here definitely. Yeah, maybe we go around and get that and then come back. And you're welcome, Sparta. I feel your caps lock is stuck on. Yeah. Well, actually, I can just get some pistol kills in.
To all the true sons, JTF, and division agents listening to this broadcast,
Is that
we
what
will not stop hunting you down. There will be no forgiveness until every last
That's
one
awesome.
of you is in the
Starter ammo. And it's determined, of course. I did mess around a little bit with this thing, I remember, but not too much.
Agent charge compromised.
What? You okay? Oh. He's okay. I'm not. I wasn't expecting a second wave there.
Detected.
But that guy was kind of lost
Progress halted.
in where he was looking at. Full on titanium. I should maybe go and spend that real quick. More second. Yeah, further Deadeye detection, firecrest, misinformation. Alright. It's going all in on it. And then we'll actually have I already forgot again what it was, but it was like 2 weeks from now, right? We'll have the next one.
Charge compromised. Manual override required.
And I definitely don't hate this thing. It is. I do feel this is kind of, especially for activities, this is a better choice than just hot shots. Because rifles, just the snapshot ability of them is just super nice. But actually, against control points, I would much rather have hot shot.
We are getting ready for winter. We are harvesting the veggies.
Just to keep more distance. And then as well, with shields, you know, you can use rifles with shields. Which is also a pretty beneficial thing. Now let's go get that territory control. Let's just roam this area for like 15 minutes. Just get some levels out of it. But also, I just want to run this build a little bit. That looks like a named group. Although, yeah, actually, I pulled out my shield and put it away. So we've put my shield on cooldown. Of course. You know what? Let's use the diamond back here.
It's time. I'll see you in hell. Time for a raid.
Okay, what I should be doing with the diamond. Okay, of course. What was that dude's head? Oh, that.
Charge exposed.
Okay, so that was a body shot on that guy. I thought that was a headshot on that guy. I was like, I still have a headhunter shot.
No way.
But I didn't. So I was like, I'll just body shot him. Which didn't work. I do like this as well with Diamondback. Although I think Rifleman 1886 would be pretty good too. So the 14th. Okay, yeah. So yeah. Wait, is that 2 weeks or is that 1 week? 2 weeks, yeah. So 2 weeks from now. Well, yeah, looking forward to that. We'll be jumping into... Actually, is there anything in Div 2 at that time? So... yeah, so this is next week. Okay, so Kenley will be open. Don't think I care. I might, in fact, not care about Kenley. That was no head.
Charge exposed.
But actually with the... I did cover.
Activated charge transfer. Access key detected.
I missed 2 shots there technically, but I hit actually on the background in the head. That worked out. I was gonna aiming for the Roger, but actually I missed and hit somebody else. In the head as well. That's impressive. Although yeah, I would actually also say like it's kind of handy to have 4 characters kind of at least have a build on them. Just for the HVTs and everything as well. I definitely enjoyed last time having 4 characters. That all could kind of, even though yeah, most of them aren't per se like super well geared or anything. Well enough for some general use. And I'm just gonna grind just get a little bit of gameplay on this thing, just because I kind of forgot to actually run this thing at all. Just to get a feel for it. And this is actually pretty well hitting, this thing. Like, this thing, ow.
Charge compromised.
What?
Vital signs critical.
Why are people mad at me?
Transfer initiated.
The only thing with the Diamondback, sometimes it does do that, but then yeah, you can always reload for fresh targets. And also, my aim kind of sucks. Yeah, just body shot, go away. I'm trying to pull out a shield, but that's of course not an availability. And
Medical
that.
assistance needed.
Burn, baby, burn!
Ours. It was just enough to body shot them.
Got you now. Sight that back.
81 million. Although that's what that's actually exposed on a red.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Keep moving.
Charge compromised.
I'm just gonna.
Seriously, keep your fucking head down!
If I lose my stack there, it's fine.
Transfer
Oh,
initiated.
shit. Put my shield away first.
Hit them!
I wish this thing could actually start on a purple. Or on an elite, I mean. Or, well, actually on a
Serious
purple.
trauma detected.
Although with the diamondback it can, but not with... Not with the determined
Damn!
1886.
We should keep moving.
And actually, we'll go and do some classifieds. 'Cause I haven't done them in a while, and I should kind of, you know, we'll use some SHD exposure as well along the way with them. Let's get a few more bandies here. Fill this character up again a little bit. Let's go back to the 1886 with determined as well. Let's go for the less try hard. One thing I can always also do is just open up with attack 50 and then let's actually do that with this. Attack 50 definitely can go even through an elite.
Charge
But then yeah, I
compromised.
need this shot to be a headshot. And then the rest can be body. If I can make it around the corner before my headhunter runs out. It's gonna take a super long range shot. Just in time.
Damn it.
It's definitely easier if you just body shot it.
Hostiles detected.
And this doesn't have the reload of the
Hostile control point nearby.
negotiator tech tank kind of thing, but
None of them left.
still good enough. Actually, yeah, let's go get that one too then. And Heather Anders. And yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Although actually today was a long day. Also, I I did a lot of yelling today for some recording stuff. You guys will see it tomorrow. But it turns out Kiki Jiki's voice, if you try to do it for like a bunch of takes and and you know, and you're kind of trying to force it, yeah, it kind of hurts after a little bit. But I kind of like the end result. It's gonna be worth it. And that'll come out tomorrow. Technically off the schedule because technically today a video should have come out.
Hey, don't disturb the lid.
But yeah.
Charge compromised.
Delay it by a day because of course yeah, tomorrow is specific date. Oh, the zone is pistols too. Okay. I should need a ton of pistols. Although Countdown will
Additional
provide me
hostile
that
contacts.
opportunity.
I'm ready to follow you.
Wait, what?
Serious trauma detected.
Is that from something else? That's from something else. I'm like, how did I get surrounded like that? But there's my answer. Eh,
Immediate medical assistance
that's
needed. Agent down.
I lost my deterrent.
Charge compromised.
Also, the SHD being exposed definitely also hurts. Whenever that is. In this stream? Oh yeah, tomorrow. Well, no, we recorded it. I recorded it on my own just because I wanted to, especially with things like those. I want to do a bunch of takes and then also, you know, have the option to get up and think about stuff and then come back at it. So generally those I then do on stream. But yeah, that video is most of the way done. Actually, I just wanted to record 2 more segments, but I left those for tomorrow. And then it'll go up tomorrow. Likely I'll put it a little bit earlier than the regular, when I regularly put them up. Yeah, let's take this back to base. Let's get this character cleaned up. And actually, yeah, I'm going to go do some classifieds. And I don't know if anybody's interested in joining me for those. But if you are, feel free to say so. And just going to do the full list of them. But then also not per se, yeah, already all the collectibles and stuff. But yeah, if somebody joins that needs the collectibles, we'll do the collectibles. Otherwise, we'll just bum rush through it. And I'm kind of curious as well, actually, how much that will kind of get us and stuff.
Thanks for your business.
Our caches too. Xbox Division 3 servers down? Not that I've heard of. It could be, sometimes there is some downtime and stuff. You could try asking in the official Discord. I can actually look in there if somebody recently has said Xbox, but doesn't look like it. So I check it that it's not on your end as well. But then maybe ask in there if anybody else is having issues if you go for like the official Discord or even on Reddit maybe or something. I'm not on Xbox, so I can't tell you. Yeah, let's actually go to a different character. Let's go with character 3. We'll go actually with the Striker Tech Tank, and then maybe also Hunter's Fury or something. What is the next event all about? I guys think there will be a cap again. Next week's event, the Conflict XP. I mean, it's just going to be Conflict XP. We don't know much about it. I would guess they're not going to put a cap on it. It's just going to be like, it's going to be a cap of 100 levels, but that's also... Although maybe if it's shared between characters, because yeah, the conflict level isn't shared between characters, it's per character, so maybe a little bit of cap of 100 on it, but yeah, we'll just have to see. We'll see tomorrow, because that's this conflict XP. My guess would be double XP and then maybe like for 100 levels, so you could just use one, like get one character to 100 basically. Although you start on like 6 or something, right? So you could get even more. Close on next voice from tomorrow. Sorry, what? They're gonna close all online news from tomorrow. Wait, so is that actually in reference to something, or I mean, well, April Fool's Day, like, but yeah, starting early on it, I see. Some earlier chats, the extra stuff. Just a real, place for it. Well, so technically, although it has a built-in, like in that thing, there's actually like in the casing that is that bottom part of it, there's actually a laser that fits in there, if I remember correctly. Like, but that's custom made for that shell, basically. Yeah, let's go start with this one. Yeah, if anybody's interested, let me know in joining me. We'll go and do them here. And yeah, on heroic with... Thing is... Do I want to deal... I mean, with this one, it doesn't matter too much because we'll take these 3 for this one. I don't want to deal with scavenge skills with shield and not with pistolera. But actually, with some of the later ones, I don't know all of the spawns, so not having fog of war could be annoying, or having fog of war could be annoying. But yeah, for this one, we'll go with this. Actually, does this affect the because normally this number would go up, right? Okay, we have to. There we go. Because also, this is a lot more than a normal mission, right? That's also kind of what the cheese around it is, because like if we go heroic and 3 directives on the mission, that's like 640k, and this one's like 1 million. Yeah, let's go get started. Just so okay.
You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
I'm gonna get started here, but then likely I'll still be at them. But then mostly actually kind of curious how much time it's. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna kind of time it because I'm gonna remember, or not. I'm not gonna remember when we started it, so I'll just start a stopwatch and then. Assault from upstairs. Oh yeah, also totally forgot this character is wearing this, of course, because of a segment I was recording with them.
Charge exposed.
I know. Transfer our charges.
Transfer initiated.
And it's just annoying that you have to do these missions first on story for them to kind of, so you can set any difficulty. But we did all those actually not too long ago, and actually at those points I did all of the
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that order.
all of the
Copy that.
Smart.
collectibles as well on
Repurpose
each
the
character.
bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
I'm actually kind of curious how long these take without all of that. Yeah, user hands. Oh yeah. Exactly. Tomorrow it just all becomes PC.
Damn you, division.
Actually, not even. It's just gonna become all AI.
Charge
It's gonna be AI all the way down. I actually with SHD exposed, I can have fog of war on because we can always cover to cover for. Isn't it okay? Where's the 4th one? Oh, there. That box is bulletproof. It's filled with gold ingots. And one of the downsides of these as well is there's no targeted loot in them. I feel they should just open these up and just put targeted loot on them as well. That solves also a little bit their issue of like having targeted loot on them. Because honestly, as just standalone missions, they kind of work actually. Because when you're not doing the puzzles with them, it's actually not too bad. Because of course the puzzles kind of take time, but not the rest. And I had to fight my standard feeling of just, you know what I should do here is swap to my ACS and stack with that. That would lose me all my... That will lose me all my...
Activated charge transfer.
Oh, hey. In here, it actually correctly swaps them around. Because we took...
Check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the true sons have been doing here.
I took special ammo. But what is active? Scabbing skills. That's actually that as well, it's not just visual. And actually, this wouldn't be a bad, like, just doing this once on each character, because like, that's a million XP. Does the cheat still work here? Just out of curiosity. I don't think it does anymore, right? Just to check. The PC don't get blocked on the PC guys. Yeah, exactly. Oh wait, does this still actually work? Or did they remove the XP at the end? Is that what they did?
You're gonna need to breach the
Because I haven't looked at this in like forever. I mean, this doesn't have a mission node, right? Yeah. Yeah. I should know it's showing XP still there. Oh yeah, we don't have S60 XP anymore.
Reload. Enemy out of cover. Shot! Enemy down. He's trying to hide it. Keep it tight.
Just want to see actually, yeah, if we get the completion here.
This one's mine. Get the hell away from me. What did you do?
They flanked us!
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
Because this used to be a way that people would grind out levels. One of the things as well here is the difficulty actually doesn't matter. So what you can do is actually put it on normal with 5 directives and you still get a million and a bit per clear. And while it isn't per se faster than like doing public executions and stuff, it's much easier, of course. Standing too close the whole time.
Wait for me.
I was gonna say, where's the last guy? Sir, could you shoot at me again?
We need backup. At National Bond, division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
or something.
Agent,
Yep.
take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Well, actually, no. So tomorrow it's going to be the Chinese version, right? It's going to get ported over. All of us are going to play the Chinese version. What location is this? I cannot tell you. It is classified. Although, actually, yeah, if you don't know what classified missions is, that's just maybe a dick move. But yeah, that's classified missions, which are part of the Year 1 pack. Why is the chameleon not counting all the stacks here?
Terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel.
What was that?
Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
But yeah, there's a set of 8 missions, the classified missions, which are part of that.
Enemies on my flank! Hold back!
And like way, wow, that's actually, yeah, so okay, the servers are dying is the answer. I think the classifieds are also on the Kenley server, so yeah, actually trying to do these on a week with Kenley is maybe gonna be painful. Does this give me completion
Intel you
again?
picked up was an analysis of our defenses in the
Okay,
White
yeah,
House.
give me.
The True Sons identified
And yeah,
several
it's annoying that this bug
vulnerable
still
areas.
exists,
You can use this
because
info
you
to
can't
shore up
actually
our
use this
defenses.
on this
Good
mission,
work, Agent.
where yeah, you just turn off the global event, you get reset back to the start, and every run through is 1,000,000. But in that same time, yeah, you could definitely do 2 like public executions, which is more than that. But yeah, let's exit out of here and then turn on the global event again. And then we'll have a maintenance in to finish those. Well, it kind of depends also if you own them, because yeah, not everybody has them by default. But yeah, if you do own them, it's well worth doing. The annoying thing is the very first time through, you need to do it on story difficulty or normal difficulty or whatever it is, before you get access to the higher difficulties. But also the first time through, there is a bunch of puzzles and stuff in here, which gets you a bunch of collectibles, which I'm just, I'm done with already. So we're not going for those. Oh yeah, I wanted to turn on the global event again, just to get some stars out of it. It's interesting that they, never... Because I seem to have, remembered, being in the patch notes at some point, but maybe guess not. Yeah, let's go do this theater one. Kind of doing them in the order that they're released. Although I'm actually not sure what the order exactly was anymore. But pretty sure this was the second one. Let's go in again, and then yeah, this time we'll take Scavenge skills instead. And we'll get this Orient round from Hyenas, which it'll be fine. It's actually, so at 5 directives, this gives 1.33. And the thing is, especially, this is what they fixed. Hey, okay, so yeah, they fixed, although still that heroic one is pretty easy, because heroic 5 directives, if I would just, there's a ton of builds I could run through that mission in 5 minutes, and then keep resetting it over and over for 1.3 million. Okay, they fixed the difficulty, because this used to be on normal, you would get the same amount as is on heroic. But yeah, not this, not that. Start mission. Are Xbox servers back up? Oh, are the Xbox servers actually having issues? Yeah, I wouldn't per se know. Your best bet would be maybe to ask around on the official Discord or something like that. If people
That's
are...
probably where they're keeping the hostages. Go through the lobby and enter the house on the orchestra level. You can gain access from there.
There was somebody else asking about some issues with the Xbox servers as well. But yeah, I'm not the right person to ask. And Hey there, it's me, mans. I can ask for a rose but after nerf. I've been here trying to get one. I came up with Coyote Mask, Grupo, knee pads, and the rest all striker, red core, and crit damage and mode zombie. Basically, yeah. Although I would say, well, it kind of depends how you're using it. But yeah, striker overall really strong with it. But you could also go obliterate chest, depending on the content. For a lot of content, obliterate chest is gonna just be better because you need to be generally above 140 stacks of with chest striker to be like above obliterate striker. So if most of the time you're not above 140 stacks, or like basically, you know, three-quarter filled in on the bar, then yeah, you're better off with obliterate. Another option you could go with as well is Hunter's Fury, especially solo. For instance, Hunter's Fury, the armor on kill, the damage to or the disorient on kill and stuff. All that kind of stuff can be actually pretty good for keeping you upright, especially solo. But at the end of the day, the Oreo, the Ouroboros is just a weapon, so it basically fits into a lot of builds. So it's more that like striker is a very strong build. So yeah, that makes perfect sense for me. But depending on what you're doing with it, I would say yeah, have the option of a Grupo obliterate chest as well. Wow, that hit reg is something. It's like some shots are coming in like seconds later. Yeah, the servers are definitely struggling a little. Like that. Maybe we'll give up on this because yeah, I'm gonna guess. I'm pretty sure these are on the same as the Kenley servers, and as much as we want the Kenley stuff to be fixed, it's not. It's definitely at least made harder without Oxy, with Oxy with Pummel. Yeah. Sorry, could you get in front of me?
Exposed to melee.
Out of my way. While we were on the stage, shut up. Look, I'm a surgeon. I can be useful to you. Please don't hurt me.
And yeah, so we picked Scaven's skills, and look what's active. It is the other one. That's kind of actually the thing that is happening. They're just inverse. Max of million, but of course weapon damage on detail and CC and other damage to armor, which would that's do you mean DTH? Because they're ARs. They have second stat here is always health damage. Damage to targets out of cover as a third stat. There is, as with all basically weapons, you want detox on them. That is too good to not put on. What am I actually checking how much? Because yeah, somebody linked me to Dispatch's new video. It's a little aggressive there, and then also yeah, the incoming damage from SHD exposed is quite heavy. Does this have checkpoints? It doesn't, right? On Harak? No. Below it does, of course. But. Oh, there, we were 2 fights in, so let's get back to where we were and be less aggressive, less in the middle of the room. Thing is, well, actually, with these, I know the spawn points less because we just don't do them often enough. That's why I kind of want to actually have them in my general repertoire and just run them here and there.
This asshole's mine.
Shade signature exposed to melee.
Do a transfer now. D-Tug. As if she trusts me. Well, then you have a very unique weapon. So unique that, yeah, I'm not gonna... then I'm not gonna trust it.
We're about to have company.
It's a ballistic shield.
Because Master does have DTA as a second stat, but that's the only outlier in those. But yeah, to go back to... But yeah, they had like per chance third stats, which I wouldn't mind actually knowing exactly how much of a loss that is.
You can hide behind that all you like.
Wow, that was like 2 seconds later. Yeah, maybe we'll just have to wait till Kelly closes to do these.
You know what to do.
Maybe we just go finish off a weekly after. Because this is kind of... Yeah. Like that, that's just... I reached the cover and then just like 2 seconds later it actually does the pulse. That's kind of not very playable.
I can be useful to you. Please don't hurt me. I will if you don't shut the fuck up.
What's going on? Okay, let's not be as aggressive. This room really reminds me of that, like the room upstairs in Lexington.
Charge compromised.
You division fucks, you need to die.
Activated charge transfer.
It's funny to have to like stop shooting a second or two before murder anything. Yeah, let's put this stopwatch away. We don't need it. We'll finish off this mission and then we'll come back to the classified next week. Well, the thing is, yeah, like there can be no chameleon that it doesn't have this as their second stat. So it's always assault rifle, health damage because it's AR, and it's not the capacitor that has a different stat there. It is just always health damage, and then yeah, you want damage to targets that are covered as the third stat, which kind of holds true for basically always.
Did I hear something? Hey, come.
Please, you have to get us out of here.
Division is trying to free the hostages.
Bring that fucking conflict to the stage! Line 'em up! Let's blind these suckers!
Charge compromised. Charge transfer.
Can I just shoot out the Lancer? Oh, you can. And as with Capital. Except that the Saurian not helping there. There we go. Chameleon at that kind of range is, yeah, kind of silly. There's always the downside of the chameleon, is just that. Well, a really good weapon it is. Very limited in its range, so. It just fits on a few builds where you're aggressive with it and stuff.
How'd that feel?
Because I'm also not a big fan of this idea that currently is kind of going around, as I said. Multiple people kind of leaning this way of just like, you know what, instead of for places where the chameleon doesn't seem to work well,
Agent charge compromised.
you know what, we'll go with something else.
Activated
Instead
charge
trying to
transfer.
put stuff like accuracy, brand bonuses and stuff, or visionarios to get optimal range up without actually getting the accuracy up, which also doesn't make sense. But yeah, the second you kind of start going towards those builds, you're giving up more than the chameleon could gain you, really, realistically.
Charge transfer activated.
Because here it feels decent with like the middle buff up and stuff, and I'm gonna try to get the leg buff up as well. And then also if this fight were to last more than 45 seconds, then it feels like shit again. Actually, we don't need to go. Oh, and there is I think there's a crate over here, actually. Isn't there? Yeah. Might as well get that. Because normally the only reason you go back there is also calm, but we don't need those. So I think this is like the completion, right? Although, well, we'll have to get back to the like exit. Yeah, which mission exit? Yeah, we'll push these two next week. This is close to unplayable with the lag that is here.
Thanks for rescuing those hostages. Hopefully, they'll come work with us instead of the hyenas. We can always use more people with medical training.
Get out of here. Yeah, let's go find something other than this to do then. Likely we'll go for a weekly then. We'll have enough time for that. Get some more exotic components out of it. And I don't want to per se conflict this evening, just
Hopefully, they'll come work with us instead of the hyenas.
mine's kind of tired, and then also likely next week we'll put a bunch of time into that. So for now, we'll go with something else.
Good to be seeing you.
This wasn't so expensive.
I appreciate the trade.
But then yeah, let's go for some weekly, although it's the daily actually. Invade a stronghold, which yeah, we could do with title, but me. Because what was this? Oh yeah, it was with capital as well. So earn space, viewpoint space, admin, and then capital, and then a bunch of activities. Yeah, I'm gonna go start on those activities, and yeah, if anybody's interested in some, not the greatest targeted, although well, the missions at least have some decent ones. I should have gear mods there. What's on New York? Nah. But if anybody's interested, feel free to say so. Yeah, let's just go start with the Hotel of No Hopes. And actually, what do I want to run? Could give this refactor a try, but also I don't really want to. Let's actually maybe go with the Z-Enter Return Hybrid. Because either that or Umbra. I might go Umbra on some of the missions. Just to also try to really hammer in Umbra's mechanic into my own brain. First off, let's actually go with this Return Hybrid with Determined. Because also, yeah, I can use SHD Exposed to kind of bump it up. But then as well... Well, actually, so I don't have Sharpshooter. But we could definitely go with that. And then with that pistol arrow. Yeah. Well, actually, we can even have pistol arrow because I can hold out my pistol while my turret and drone get their heals. Yeah. Setting set there. But yeah, let's actually have pistol arrow on as well. I'll forgot how this build actually works. Let's just run this for the open world parts. Let's have it, as I haven't ran it in a while. See if the snitch boy is here. No. We'll likely put them on cooldown when we were like fast traveling to the one classified. Wouldn't mind exactly this.
Charge compromised.
Because if my turret or my drone get a kill, although I can likely just kill just as well. While I'm holding the pistol, it will actually count. Oh, that's well. We're on solo heroic scaling, so it's not like a build like this that has some decent headshot amounts and a few red cores can't take care of itself. Yeah, that's our starting ammo. Only downside as well, I have scamming skills on, so I'll need a few charges to... Although what I can do actually is just drop these. Now we can recycle it. There's so many builds in the collection that I kind of actually enjoy running, but there's just, you know, not enough hours in the day to run them all. It's definitely like this thing as well. Quite a bit. We still have enough to kill, more than enough to kill elites, but then also we have a 6-tier turret and drone. Something down there? And then the thing even becomes, so for instance, I don't have enough to kill the named, but once the name spawns, what I can do is just have my turret and my drone gonna weaken them, and then once they are weakened, oh, there's a deep there.
Agent charge compromised.
So I should actually do a charge transfer.
Charge transfer activated. Heavily armored hostile detected.
Kill him! That idiot was always gonna get it.
Anyway, you don't get LMG dudes except for the named guy with these things. Let's actually pop his helmet. Let's take some pot shots at his head. Smart thing to go do is actually go for his backpack. It's actually kind of hard to hit sometimes. And yeah, 511 stuff here. Should try to make some of these kills. We're gonna leave these mementos and like their pickups over there just in case I need a second turret or drone. Anyway, we're actually gonna sit back here,
Reinforcements incoming.
old school.
Incoming hostiles detected.
I should build up a charge.
Charge exposed.
Will this reach? Oh, reach that.
Activated charge transfer.
Gotta fall back!
So you get some ammo out of this as well. Firing more for the in-sync. And that should be enough ammo for like everything else that we're gonna do. Like this.
Armor's busted!
Tried to last hit that guy basically, but didn't work out for me. My third and drone have weakened this named enough that he's within.
Detected hostile supply convoy. Heavily armed.
Oh. Well, we're gonna do that thing as one of the activities, but let's first recycle here. Get our turret and drone back up. No, so. I mean, detox, as we're talking about.
Supply
That's how chameleons will look. Indeed.
Open fire!
Right here with you.
But the third stats, as with most things, except for LMGs that already have a second stat, the damage targets that cover. It's not just that it's a very good stat, it's also the amounts. Getting 10% damage to targets out of cover is worth way more than any other option there. Build, or if you want to like see the build. And there's a link to this actually. Where's this 3.07? Yeah.
They were there, right?
Heavily armed. Hostile supply convoy nearby.
0.07.
These assholes never stop coming.
I'll put it in the YouTube chat as well. And that is basically a combination of a third drone hybrid together with a headhunter. Kind of skill damage and headshot split. It's decent. I kind of actually do like it. Just for a little bit different playstyle, especially. But here as well, yeah, we could just burn through this with just hot shots. There's, you know, no denying that, but just to have a little bit different gameplay. Did I think despawn? No, it's just over there. Wait, why is that convoy over there? Because its paths would always be this, so they've gotten dragged down there for some reason. It's likely they'll spawn from. Oh yeah, like one of them has been pushed back all the way there. Oh. But how far back did you guys get pushed? Huh. Oh, it's still not the last one?
Exposed.
Okay, but that's a named group. That's something else.
Serious trauma.
There's one of those. I either reload in time or I don't. Out of my hands now. Although the real answer would have been just to swap to my pistol and just pop this thing there. Where's the name in all this?
Detected.
Likely a
Control
sniper.
point in proximity.
And this one actually has been build showcased like a while back. There's also a hotshot variant that you can kind of make of kind of similar end results. Okay, so yeah, the convoy is spawning back there. Okay.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Charge exposed.
Tro, overhead.
Incidentally, spawning from over here. And one of the ideas with this as well is just when we have LMG dudes or something like that, I can just let the turret and drone kill them, especially hyena rushers. I'll just kill everything except these guys. Although yeah, when it's hyena rushers, those guys die pretty easily. These guys, not so much. Also here, I could pop its helmet and then just one shot at it. My drone's gonna get it there.
Let's get.
Incoming hostiles detected.
We lost one.
I've been waiting for this.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
We can start that before we pick anything up. How many guys in the game now? Like fitness classes, I must be about 50. I was counting them on the 30. I forgot. Oh yeah, it's. I mean, yeah, you can count them up on there. You could also, although I'm not sure they've. You could likely. Let's see. There's at least gear. If you go to the community spreadsheet thing. Brand sets. So starting at 2, ending on 33, so 32 brands. Because this has I think Shiny Monkey was added, right? Yeah, Shiny Monkey was added. So 32 brands. And then like the gear sets are pretty easy to get. But yeah, 50, around 50-ish kind of sounds about right. Well, actually, well, with the gear sets. Did they add the gear sets, all of them? Was this season a refactor? So refactor's in there, so likely everything else is, although it's missing rows. Where's this jumping like this? Or oh, it's 2 rows per item. Although we can just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. So 32 plus 22. 54. It would be interesting to at one time as well count how many places there are for target loot, because there definitely isn't enough. We need 2 more things. Let's actually just go for, because this zone doesn't kind of, let's just go for those 2 territory controls. That'll be nice and fast. I'll keep running this thing. But actually remember, oh no, oh, they spawn from the door here, right? Like, I don't remember where they spawn for this territory, but actually I do.
Engaging.
Agent charge compromised.
That's a bad shot. You guys kill that thing. Leave this one for me. It's annoying when they have their hands, those shotgunners have their hands kind of in front of their heads. So, let's actually take a second to kind of get it on target.
Access key detected.
Somebody run off me. Thank God.
Recycle. Before we pick up everything. And then yeah, let's go for this one. I want to fast travel to the safe house because I would lose all my ammo because we are with Pistolero on, so let's instead go that route. Well, the downside of this one is, especially with Hotshot, you have both Sharpshooter and Hotshot kind of helping with ammo. Here, not so much. Because I have to kind of be technician for the skill, so. Well, you know what? Let's replace this with Nemesis. So I kind of like this thing with Nemesis as well. So I'm pretty sure with Nemesis we can start even on a purple. But yeah, we do have to actually headshot.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
I can't stay.
Oh yeah, 9.7. Almost enough for an elite, actually.
Like that, agent?
Running won't save you.
And you don't need to charge Nemesis up all the way. You can just kind of get a snapshot like that off, which actually works pretty well. Of course, his turret was in the way. Okay. Stop fidgeting. Yeah, you know what? Let's get set up for the defense.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Got a casualty.
Let's touch his bed. And actually, I'm just gonna body shot it. It's gonna
Access key
be
detected.
easier. Wait. Who are you and why are you so late to this fight?
Detected. Nearby location guarded by hostiles.
You know what? I'll take some streamer luck. Sure, why not? 2 random exotics in from 1 territory control. Got Iron Lang. And we got a Costa go back. Neither of which will actually survive me picking them up, but still. Because sometimes it goes like that. Like you won't see an exotic for a while, and then suddenly you get 2 from like 1 activity. And then like you might even get another one by the completion and stuff. Well, we'll take those. What was it for special have rate of fire? I think I heard this one. Oh, do you mean which specialization gives you rate of fire? Gunner. Gunner gives you on kill, you get a rate of fire. 5%. For a little bit. That's actually a very strong bonus from that one. Especially it's basically one of the strongest personal bonuses. Yeah, let's go for I think this one actually. Yeah, let's go for sinkhole. We'll have some long range fights there because we can just sit in the back and blink away. With specialization gunner, the minigun.
Civilians in distress.
This one. There's one of the perks in there. But yeah, it is on kill, so it isn't like always active. But there's a reason why, especially for solo play, like Gunner is a really good pick. But it's also not the only pick really, because for instance, Demo has a bunch of stuff that is pretty good. Sharpshooter even has a bunch of stuff that is really good. Especially like having a Demo in the team is better than just having everybody beat Gunner. Because of that damage to targets out of cover for the team. But also actually, for instance, with Gunner, the underbarrel having 2 crit chance,
Charge exposed.
that's also a little bit of damage. I'm just gonna... Oh, actually, I thought I had a stack of headhunt. I'm just gonna
Hostile
body
control
shot
point
this guy.
detected.
Damn. Where did I put that thing?
I don't want to pull out my skills because they might aggro everything.
You see this motherfucker?
Ow.
Fucking
There's
kill
an
you
arrow
for
sticking out of me. Ow. Let's go assault this place. I could actually set up further back. Well, let's not. Let's set up here. Actually, kind of curious. Can I? Ooh. If this was a graded nemesis, actually, that's good. Then we'll just have them weakened by the tiniest amount, and then just follow it up with a nemesis. Only downside of this build is not having all of that weapon. I'm so used to hotshot, and then just it's basically. Can I get a cover to cover in there?
Charge exposed. Activated charge transfer.
And actually, the skills, of course, also benefiting a lot from the SHD exposed.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
There's a body shot in the end. But yeah, this thing kind of sways quite a bit. Much more so than the White Death. I was like, I should actually try to get some ammo here because I'm kind of not per se low on ammo, but even if my skills get the kill while I'm holding the pistol, we get some ammo out of it. Deconstruct boats. Let's go looting. One second, and I think I have to take medkit, but I will do. Do you mean the efficient talent thing? For PvE, that is not really too useful. Efficient can work decently well for PvP, especially with the firewall kit. Actually, you know what? Let's go set up our turret perfectly because there's one really nice spot here, which is just on top of that pole. It's just so it can shoot, you know. It has perfect line of sight to everything.
Reinforcements en route. Incoming hostiles detected.
How's that? Let's actually just go determine do this quickly. It's definitely slower. Should just finish one off.
Have arrived.
We gotta find him. Let's get a turret up. Think of him.
Where's that turret even going? Oh, put it there? Really?
Thinking now.
There's nothing else from the target. As you know what, let's use the Nemesis and get a head under stack and then parlay that into a determined. Okay. Can get it then. Downside though is yes, if your turret and drone are shooting at something, it's kind of hard to actually hit them. There we go. Now we just get to Now we just get to miss because I'm still bad at aiming.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Even though I just need to body shot, I still miss. And I'll need to weaken the names by quite a bit before they're one shot. So I'm trying to get the turret and drone on the names, but
Need to get more involved.
You need to leave us alone.
I'm actually gonna recycle the drone as well. Let's go pick up these pickups and then we'll go and be in his face.
I'm gonna use that cover to go around. Hurry it up. I need you back with.
Charge compromised.
Alright, drone, could you go? That should be enough. I kinda like this thing actually. Hotshot would definitely be faster though, but just as
Supply room
a different
access
thing.
Unlocked.
Thanks again. You really saved us.
Okay, so they were actually there. But then, yeah, good to hear that they resolved it quickly. Usually when it is just, yeah, that affecting everybody basically, then it also depends on if it was, on whose end it was. Yeah, let's go get this territory and then maybe this territory or something. Because we need 2 more, not 3 more.
Rogue
Alright.
agent detected.
They're going to be in that same spot. I don't want to fight rogues with this. Let's go for this then. Oh, it even despawned the activity, so there's no reason even for me to go there. Ugh. Man, I'm still kind of feeling Saturday. Like some muscle aches from Saturday still. What else on my white debt? It is determined as one of the go-tos for headhunting. Because it's determined, we do a headshot first, and then everything else can be a body shot, and it still counts as a headshot, which is
Charge compromised.
depending on who you ask, either super OP or super broke.
Charge transfer initiated.
Because you're gonna need to.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
And yeah, if you don't want to run determined, because there's also, you know, there's a case to be made of it just being too cheesy. Especially with marksman rifle ranger, makes a lot of sense. So that's definitely an option. But same actually, for instance, as well, going utility with preservation. Although if you're running hotshot, that gives you a bunch of healing as well. But yeah, you could have preservation, and if you're going for the headshots anyway, you'll get 20% off of it. So works pretty well for that.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
I'm just gonna wait for him to go into this animation.
Access key detected.
Who's left? And a nice thing about having the turret and drone is also that they're basically 2 very active decoys.
Charge compromised.
So
It has me. Fucking agent already.
but if we don't kill with headshot, we lose the tournament. That's the downside of it. Remember, then Headhunter kind of keeps it up. And is Vindictive Trasher it's pretty decent. Especially for instance if there is an OD in the team and stuff and you're getting consistent uptime on it. You wouldn't want it to be your main weapon because you can trigger it and then you can swap off of it. And still, you know, it goes to the buff bar basically because it is a buff. So what that means is that, yeah, you could definitely run it on your secondary and then try to get Vindictive triggered and then you swap to your other weapon and kind of benefit from both the main weapon talent or a different talent on top of Vindictive. Also, Vindictive is group wide, which, yeah, especially if you are in a group. It's one of those things that we should be using more often, but also it's just, the thing is, it is a little bit of a hassle, and anything that ever is a little bit of a hassle just gets forgotten quite often.
Hostiles detected.
Getting a few pistol kills again, just so we have some ammo.
Detecting.
I kind of like this with the Nemesis as well. I never mind the Nemesis. And I'm going for the Rusher first. She killed my drone. But I have a new one. Sucks to be you, lady.
Stay back.
You inked her just before the drone.
What a wonderful goddamn day to be alive.
Let him move on before more show up.
Oh, this gal actually needs all the resources and stuff. Oh. I haven't filled them back up in a while, apparently. But they'll have enough for next week. That's all we care about.
Good to see you're still alive.
The thing I wouldn't use anymore, though, so in the past, actually, the Grudge was pretty good. The named perfect
Friendly supply
Vindictive.
convoy detected.
Although, actually, if you're just triggering Vindictive, it's good enough to get a kill with it, but it would likely be easier to get that Vindictive kill with something else. Although, yeah, actually, if you're just doing it to trigger Vindictive, then you might as well, right? You might as well have the biggest buff off of it. And it's not like the Banshee is completely unusable. It's just not the best main weapon. Yeah, let's go get this thing. This will be our last activity needed, and then we'll go do the missions. And actually, yeah, for the missions, if anybody's interested, if anybody still needs a weekly, then feel free to say so. As we'll be going through the 4 missions.
It could be tomorrow. Either way, it's time to make a decision. Stand with us, or face the consequences.
What the hell?
Couldn't get the shot out in time.
Agent charge compromised.
Seeing as I have a charge, let's do this.
Activated charge transfer.
We'll very quickly mount what is remaining there.
Telling you we're bad people. But the only bad people are those who sit idly by while the world tears itself apart.
That's my people's. It's actually
That's one of ours gone.
what do I actually have on this? Stability. Oh yeah, that's what it should be as well. But this thing still sways quite a bit.
Progress halted.
Which is actually super annoying.
Manual override required.
That wasn't accurate yet.
access key detected.
Who's blinking away at me?
Charge
Okay.
exposed. Hostile broadcast picked up.
Grab some of these pickups. Oh, is there a rusher behind me? Madam, could you go away?
Killed him!
Go get him, boy. Go get him. Oh, it's just roll from there.
Grenade away!
I actually missed the run speed. This week we mostly ran SHD exposed, but yeah, going back to... Kind of looking forward to going back to the modifier, honestly. Let's recycle the drone. There should be enough charges here to get it back up. Let's actually reload both weapons.
This is a call out
Would
to
like
the
my pizza
division.
with or without
We have
Yarok?
your listeners. It's time to pledge your allegiance.
What's a Yarok? This is gonna end with like, what's a Yarok with you or something?
Charge compromised.
I have no idea what the hell a Yarok is. But you know what? Actually, yeah, wit. And it's a hill I'm willing to die on. There we go. Just pick one and go.
Manual override required.
Yes, and any person that eats their pizza without Yarok is disgusting and should be instantly, like, I hope they stub their toes each and every day when they wake up. It's back when we were building around it and going on 100% to Hasbro. Yes, and yes. The thing is, even with the backfire, you know what? Let's run it here. Actually, this character has one, right? Actually, yeah, let's go get this character cleaned up first a second, and then before we go to the missions. Again, if anybody wants to join for the missions, well, I'll actually run Striker with just backfire. The thing is, you can make a hazard protected build, and that kind of feels a little bit better. But the backfire is actually not bleeding the amounts that it should, because it's kind of acting like an enemy source, and because of that, it is. I got a first sight that that thingy is still active. That project is still active on No Hope Hotel. But it's kind of getting the diminishing return effect. So if you have several reloads in a row, like the first one will bleed you for a second, the second one will just barely bleed you, and then it just doesn't bleed you really. Which I was hoping that would fix by now, but also, yeah, they left it in for so long that I'm kind of like, okay, going like, you know what, let's just get it out there, and then
Thanks for the deal.
maybe they'll be forced to fix it. Because this character actually has exactly that, a backfire build specifically made for backfire. This is 100% bleed resist. But let's actually just put it on, for instance, here on a Striker tech tank. Although I need to, because we're way over. Crit chance, cap. Actually, she has a Grupo chest. We'll put that in. There we go. 58, 157. So even just the memento by itself is almost enough to just offset the backfire nowadays. Yeah, let's go get started with these missions. So it's basically these three and then that. But if anybody is interested in these missions, let me know. Otherwise, I'm just gonna bang them out. I might actually just matchmake after this first one, but oh, I was actually let's change that here. I want the directives off in the open world, so it doesn't reset all of the things at the end of it. And then on the missions, we'll take a few direct. But then backfire, for instance, now even on stuff like incursion is just the go-to. You run a full red striker with backfire for right and for the lovebirds. Because that's like a situation where it works out kind of perfectly. Yeah, let's just take those two. Nothing too much.
Taking the Viewpoint Museum away from True Sons will make it a lot harder.
Because the thing is, like,
coordinate their troops and spread this information. All communications coming in and out of the building will be controlled from the production studio on the top floor. So you'll need to find.
Actually, we didn't have stacks. Oh, yeah. I need to actually have enemies for stacks, right? It's not just fire. But here, for instance, I reload. It gives me a little bleed.
Agent charge compromised.
Oh, get some more hits. Gives me again a little bleed. Get some more hits. Let's actually see. So yeah, that time. And the bleed is actually like, instead of going up the way it's supposed to, it's actually getting shorter. So there, like, it didn't bleed me at all, even though it had stacks. And should have bled me. Because, yeah, that's... Okay. There, it bled me again. The thing is now as well, with it being 100 stacks, they basically half the bleed. So... Here, once my memento is actually charged up, that will offset the bleed anyway.
Vital signs critical.
There.
Agent
Okay, so
killed.
that grenade lady was still behind me. I lost sight of her. That was just bad play by me, that wasn't. Because it's also, these guys are coming into the mission. That's the annoyance there.
Charge compromised.
Oh, actually, the SHD exposed is making the bleed also hit for more.
Charge transfer initiated.
I mean, that makes sense. I just didn't think of that. So it was also like, this bleed also seems a little stronger than I remembered. I was like, hey, did they fix it maybe? There hasn't been a patch or anything. But yeah, no, we also have SHD exposed. Actually, those guys keeping me in combat will make this shorter and shorter each time as well. Whatever you need to be close
Hostile radio
in that line.
intercepted.
I mean, the thing is, yeah, that build is still set up to be, yeah, pretty reddish. You can give it a few blue cores if you really want to.
Go dark. Wait for the signal, then corner and kill.
Still believe it. The bleed will still happen, so you still have to kind of deal with the. But also, so for some of the fights, especially for the boss fight and stuff, thing is, it's getting shorter and shorter instead of longer and longer the way it should be, and then eventually it'll just not bleed me. You can also kind of try it at the range, like you'll bleed twice or 3 times, and then the 4th time when you should bleed, you don't. As long as you're basically in this in a single combat.
Agent charge compromised.
Not the best place to be. But the memento will just offset the amounts lost, basically. So there, for instance, I did a reload that stacks, but it didn't bleed. It's basically that same diminishing returns effect that enemies have with status effect, but then just on us.
You like that, Agent?
But then there, like it bleeds again. But also the durations don't make sense with like the amounts they should be. It's kind of the thing. That's kind of also how people are running it in Incursion. Let's actually grab the fully defended one, the fully hazard protected one. We'll run a full red here. Because this is then the fully hazard protected.
Spread out. Take it slow. I could be in here already.
I could be in here already. You're right.
Let's get a turret up.
Charge compromised. Charge transfer.
Oh, here's well. That's actually exposed. We're really melting through stuff. Although there's moments like this. Like I have like 90 stacks, but I'm definitely not gonna reach the enemies here in
Electromagnetic charge.
in enough time to keep that. But now that's 100 stacks, it's actually much more durable. You kind of fill it back up continuously.
I'll set up my turret.
So I don't know why I have my shield up as much as I do.
What the hell?
Because I'm kind of playing it as if it's a tech tank or something, which it's not. Ow.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Yeah!
Serious trauma detected.
Looking to get around the corner here. But that's then also the play of it. It's just, it's very much about learning the red build playstyle. Also, if it's not like, it's definitely as well one of those acquired tastes, so you can always also go with like tech tank or something, or just put a few blue cores on them. And I mean, yeah. Other thing is like this is a poster child of diminishing returns, right? Like it's putting so much into crit damage that yeah, it is. You're not getting that much out of it again. Although this as well, actually. So what's the crit damage here? 96. So at most will be 296, which is still, you know, pretty high. But yeah, we do need to reach 100. Also here it being Striker, I don't have the tools that like a Hunter's Fury would have because I'm actually dead here. Yeah. Because a Hunter's Fury there, for instance, would have actually disoriented everybody and given me a chance to survive there. Well, it's actually, yeah, let's not go for a full red. I'm too tired for this. Playing way too aggressive because there as well. I could have played it smarter. Let's grab a tech tank and just burn through this. Because there's no reason to wipe twice on a mission this easy. So let's not. Although the thing is as well, SHD Exposed is on, and the incoming damage is like a lot. And I'm not respecting it. Because stuff that is chip damage goes to being like as if you're hit by a sniper. Oh dear. Is there a shotgun or somewhere? Oh, that was that. Actually, on air and space and stuff, we'll run
Hostile radio intercepted.
Umbra.
This is Wade. So,
Flew
the
the
division
already.
thinks they can just come in here. They don't know who they're
To
fucking
get a
with.
little bit more
Go dark.
playtime on
Wait
Umbra
for the
and kind
signal,
of
then corner
ingrain
and kill.
the tactics of it. Here's what my whole brain is going like, yeah, just swap to an ACS for a second and just get some stacks in, but we want to keep our chameleon mid buff. We have it up.
Charge exposed.
So I should
Charge
do
transfer
transfer.
activated.
So I can shoot through that thing. This place as well is very much facing dependent, so yeah, I was kind of facing this way, so they spawn over there.
You like that?
I wouldn't mind triggering the legs here. But also, that's going to be hard to do, especially with SHD exposures going around and stuff. Oh, there I did weapon swap. Alright. This is force of habit. It's hard for me not to.
Spread out. But take it slow. They could be in here already.
They could indeed. Now give me the leg butts.
Exposed.
Bring it.
Magic chameleon works pretty well for like situations like this, where I blow up my shield. No, where most of the fights here are shorter than 45 seconds, except for the boss fight. Which also actually you could get done in 45 seconds, but would be a little harder. Oh, and thank you so much, Tiny, for
Electromagnetic charge
for
detected.
keeping that sub going. It's always much appreciated. Oh yeah, 7 months already. Time goes fast. But yeah, thanks once more.
Come out from behind that shield.
Let's see what silliness they give us on the 1st of April to waste some of that currency on. There, for instance, in between those two waves, there's an out of combat, so it resets. Here again as well. Out of combat, so it resets.
Tossing a frag.
That's it.
Let's grab ammo here, and then gonna be just as aggressive again, although with the build I can do it this time. Also, we almost have the headshot one up. I wouldn't mind having the headshot one up, especially on the 3rd wave here, or the 2nd spawn.
You're going nowhere.
So what I wouldn't mind doing is
Come out.
one of these.
Charge transfer initiated.
Especially against these heavy. Oh, well, actually, it's going to be a single. Right?
Charge compromised.
Just kill it quick. So when you have all 3 buffs up, this thing actually feels quite marvelous. The chameleon. It's just getting there sometimes takes
Exposed to melee.
way too much. And now we get to now keep all 3 of them. I don't know, it's mostly in this 1 week, and then the last week was busy work preparing for a small vacation back in June. Nice, and yeah, hope you enjoyed your vacation. Good to see you back. Seeing conflict a little bit, but not enough to sense your vibe on it. Well, yeah, I've been jumping into some conflicts. I've been doing some here and there. Today, I just was likely the rest of this week we'll do a bunch. So I was like,
primary objective. Get to the TV studio and get these guys up here for good.
we'll leave it for tomorrow. But yeah, actually, I've been enjoying it. It's... Although conflict has always been, for me, like, it's definitely not my thing. It's not a thing that I would just go like, you know, this is the only thing I'm gonna play. But that also doesn't need to be it, because neither is Descent, neither is Countdown, neither is all those other things. But I wouldn't mind getting good at it, or well, having an understanding of it, at the very least, and then getting my map knowledge back. Because I definitely noticed that, like, I don't know the maps at all.
I'll see to him.
Hoping to get out of combat.
Transmission control module. It handles all
Before the
communications going
45.
in and out of viewpoint. If you reset it, you'll lock out the True Sons and we can take over the channels. Okay, stay by the module and make sure it completes the reset sequence.
Let's see if we can get
I'm gonna
forcing the spawns. There's this one as well. It's very facing dependent. Although yeah, they're also spawning above me because of that. Because that's technically in the same facing. And there, yeah, they're spawning across now because I was facing that away.
Secure the position. Gotta go for it.
Charge compromised.
Also, yeah, I don't want to be here out here in the middle
Charge
downstairs,
transfer
but
initiated.
don't have too much of a choice in it.
All site facilities are
Anyway,
reset to
all three
default
are...
or under direct.
That was just
SHD
over 45
control.
seconds.
That's good to hear. Our comms
So
are
last
coming
on these
online
things.
and the True Sons are in the dark.
Fluctuations in local power detected. Communications facilities offline.
Because also, yeah, next week,
I'm seeing multiple
it's the
hostiles on the roof.
Conflict
Setting up
XP
EMP jammers
week.
around
We
the
don't know how
radar.
much, we don't know for how,
Wade,
like,
trying to
they-
sabotage the mast.
I'm
Without
definitely,
knowing
yeah,
the broadcast
that was
will
kind of
do,
also the
get
idea
to-
of this
get to
week,
the
kind of
roof.
warming
Stop
up a
people
little
from taking
bit,
out
and
the
maybe
mast.
kind of like having a few loadouts at the ready, which I kind of have now.
Electromagnetic charge detected.
Wade is using
And then-
EMP jammers to overload the radio mast. Take them out before the mast is destroyed.
Try to maybe get decently high conflict level on
System
future things.
restored.
Also, yeah, this one on solo, do it like this. This is actually the easiest way. You just break this one first without destroying that one, so that not everybody's scattered yet.
You won't be able to use your shade tech as long as
and
that
then
EMP jammer is active.
Break this
Take
one
it
from
out.
here. It would be nice
Charge
if I didn't
compromised.
let myself get bombed there.
Malfunctioning. System reactivated. System curtailed.
And now we just have to break through and get to downstairs.
System restored.
And especially kind of skipping that first one and kind of doing the second one first.
System malfunctioning.
goddamn ballistic shield.
I kind of want to stay over here. Where the boss spawns here.
There is good as this. That's close enough.
Fucking division.
Okay, they spawn across. Good.
You.
I was afraid they were gonna, the last wave was gonna spawn behind me there. Also, yeah, I can do this.
Activated charge transfer.
I make it easy on myself.
All right, the facility is ours. True Sons just lost a powerful tool for coordinating their troops and spouting their horse shit. Once we get the radio mast repaired and operational, we can extend the reach of our own broadcasts.
Okay. Let's go do air and space. And again, if there's any takers that want to maybe get some of these missions in, feel free to say so.
In danger.
They want to run something else. Honestly, not per se. Just want to bum rush through it with this. Yeah. Let's just make it easy on ourselves.
The ramp to the parking garage looks like your
It's also
best
why
way in.
I'll only take 2 directives just to not deal with the bleeds and stuff.
We're in this to grenade out. Line of sight.
Agent Charge
I have
compromised.
my chameleon is super suppressed. It is so suppressed that it just isn't making a sound. AJ, why is he coming back?
Serious trauma detected.
You're okay.
Spoiler warning, they were not okay. I see that rocket. And my armor is not bugged yet. Nice.
True Sun's munitions detected.
Got him where we want.
See if we can also trigger the last one.
Charge compromised.
This mission, I think, would be kind of the. I don't think
Figure out
any
what they're
fight
doing
in
here.
here
See if you
is
can find any intel on their operation.
longer than 45 seconds.
Seems like these guys are salvaging and repurposing anything they can from this place. They're crafty bastards.
Check
Even
that. Let's actually, yeah, let's get the secret.
Looks like they're earmarked for the plaza.
Might as well blow up that balloon. Just remember to grab ammo along the way here because this thing does eat ammo.
Tag anything useful and I'll send in a recovery team later.
And blow the shit out of anything too dangerous.
Definitely just gonna go for the foam. So here's what I'm actually gonna not destroy all of these, just to have out of combat in between.
Charge transfer initiated.
So we kill all of these. Get out of combat for free. No bloom.
True Sun's reinforcements incoming.
Keep moving. We need to clear the next hall.
Activated charge transfer.
When you're done fucking things up there,
Keep moving. You still
Although I
got
would
two
have
halls
had
to
enough
clear.
time to do both. This place might be the only
Hostile
like
radio intercepted.
longer than 45, but I think also you get it out of combat in between some of the waves here.
that ordinance.
Now becoming target for some of their secrets.
Charge exposed.
The third rock from the sun. Our home may not
Charge
be the
transfer
center of our
activated.
universe. So far, it is the only planet that can support life as we know it. In the vast reaches of space, it's irrational to think that our little planet is the only place capable of creating and sustaining life. We know that Mars was ocean.
Yeah, this might be the only spot
Many
that
of the elements found on Earth
it's gonna hit my stack. Maybe.
of a supernova.
Oh yeah, that's.
While no other planet in our solar system sustains life, it's possible that the building blocks that allowed organisms to evolve from single-cell amoebas to complex living beings like you and me started as nothing more than the ash of a dying star
Alrighty.
light years away.
Stand up so I can kill you.
Vital signs critical.
Yeah, they were high enough that they were shooting actually over the shield. It's always annoying. Indeed, Dragon. This is indeed the Striker Tech Tank, the Obliterate Chest variant, and then with Chameleon. I kind of feel Chameleon is like Chameleon and this thing kind of fit well together. Especially more open world where you're never there. For instance, those snipers were kind of at an annoying angle.
Charge compromised.
But that's never the case, for instance, in the open world.
Activated charge transfer.
If the enemy's there, you can get there. Should try to get the legs. Although, yeah, I've gotten the body one first, so it's gonna be hard. Also with the thing on it. So have the better reload there. And there you go. PlayStation 5 or Xbox? Neither. The other option. I'm on PC. The other white meat. Toss a grenade there.
Evidenced by these images. At one point, more than 3
Charge exposed. Shade network exposed to melee.
Martian exploratory craft has sent evidence of more recent waterfalls as well.
I think solo we just got one wave here, so it's, yeah,
To what appear to be
it's pretty quick.
ancient lake bed. There are also minerals present on the surface of Mars that could only have been formed in
Let's grab the
water
components here as well.
environment. Today, water can be found on Mars largely as ice at the Martian North Pole, although small quantities exist as water vapor in the thin Martian atmosphere, where it dries.
Are in combat. Let's actually quickly clear up the combat here. And we'll go for that trade after.
Agent, have Isaac scan the parts.
See if we can actually trigger the headshot one as well. Because this next wave doesn't start until we're downstairs. And there's in the glass. And it is in there. Yeah, the thing is, like, they expect you to have, like, thingies, but yeah, thank you so much. But I don't ignore them, so I still see them. But yeah, thank you so much for keeping that sub going, as always. Much appreciated. And good to see you there again. Which is kind of actually weird that they don't allow for, you know, just include them in that feed as well, but what they really want is to, you know, so use that as alert or something. But as I'm not too big of a fan of just random sounds, I just avoid that and hope that everybody's okay with it. We'll go get the secret room. And this will work out on the boss room as well. We have all the buffs. Good against the boss room here is also actually under 45 seconds.
I'm setting a recovery team.
So these guys definitely are.
Components identified. Suggested use. Missile construction.
They must be using the casing from the museum's collection. If they can rig it with a warhead and some means of propulsion, they wouldn't even need a guidance system to hit the White House or a settlement.
Kinda goes without saying, but if you see
So
any
we'll get this
missiles
in
lying
Space
around,
Admin
make
and
sure
then
they can
Capital.
never ever be used.
Charge compromised. Shade signature exposed to melee.
What's the target loot in this? There's a bunch of
Indicates designation LMR.
like if you generally want to know those as well, because there's a refactor, marksman rifle,
Please neutralize
SMGs.
that fucking thing by any means necessary.
But also there's a bunch of like the DFA Discord especially, but even I think the
They need backup.
Reddit Discord, for instance, has those. They update them daily. Obliterate up, striker up, we're kind of at full blast. Get a target grade out of it.
True Sun's munitions factory is
So
out
we
of
didn't
action.
even do a
and they
transfer
lost a big
there,
stockpile
but-
of ordnance. Throw in the fact that the settlements can
Burn through
scavenge those
them.
workbenches and tools, and I'd say it's been a pretty good day.
I do like the chameleon with this, but this kind of like only setup I kind of like with the chameleon. I don't like it on a general red or something. Let's go, yeah. Let's get the space admin. I just want to step down. And yeah, thanks for that. Thanks for the well wishes there, Xander. And yeah, have a good rest. It's never AR in the DZ. If you're looking, because I'm gonna ask, are you considering ARs because you might get a bighorn or an eagle bearer because you won't. They don't come from targeted source.
Friendly control point nearby.
Unless you're looking for like a rail splitter or a manic or stuff like that, which are in that pool. But also, I think like 2 days ago it was ARs in DZ. It was like somewhere in this week there was ARs in DZ. So.
If we want to get Isaac back online across the country, we need to
Or was it
reconnect
maybe
the local
rifles?
system to the satellite
I'm pretty sure it was
network.
ARs.
We should be
Because
able
yeah,
to
the
do that at
conversation
the
came up
headquarters
of
building.
exactly
That's the
that.
control room. I can walk you through the process from there.
Stay back.
The bad idea of
Compromised.
thinking that targeted loot matters for stuff like that. Those guys outside are gonna keep me into combat, which means I'm gonna lose my chameleon buffs. Oh, I forgot to put directives on, but also I'm too lazy to go back now. Let's just do it with that. Also, actually, for the roof,
The control room is at the top of the atrium.
it's gonna be easier with that. But yeah, those guys keeping me in combat are eating through my chameleon buff.
Charge transfer activated. Hostile radio intercepted.
It's the division! Sound the alarm!
Cover.
Charge exposed.
Am I blind? Alright. When does it despawn the outside? I think now, right? Yeah. Because I always, with missions, at some point it despawns everything outside, which is there. This mission. Which makes sense. It's usually kind of past the second, like, gate or door that you open in the mission. Very close. One of Hunter's Fury build builds like use a
Charge
performance
compromised.
in disoriented range. I'm not familiar with exactly, like, is he running it with Chameleon? Because yeah, I just would run with SMG at that point. It just makes so much more sense. Like, the Chameleon is not worth the, like, isn't enough of an upgrade over other SMGs to run it with, like, Hunter's Fury with it. And yeah, you can go with the backpack. I generally just Not the biggest fan. I don't mind it, especially on like Headhunter. Like actually, I kind of like the Headhunter's Fury with Dodge City, and then you know the chest, Dodge City, and then you kind of have to. It's more you pick the backpack because you kind of have to. But for the disorder range, but it's just overall it's too much to give up unless you're getting some exotic in there or something. It's gonna be way too big of a loss. But you could get Coyote in there. You could even try to go. Although, yeah, you wouldn't have the back by then. Oh, actually, yeah, no, that wouldn't work. I was gonna say versatile plus the thing, but then you would have chest and backpack of that. And
Heads up. I'm seeing hostile
now you're
movement
giving
on
up
the
like
lake.
a lot. Okay. Yeah, I generally just wouldn't. Like, the Chameleon isn't worth running it with Hunter's Fury. Like, there's SMGs that are gonna be in the same ballpark with Killer, especially. Especially once you consider that, yeah, the uptime on Chameleon isn't 100% or something. I've been noticing, although it's more like screenshot, I haven't actually been following much of that recently. His thumbnails are just a little bit too much for me to be willing to even click on them.
Agent charge compromised.
As that was in the past as well, a lot of people used to swear by the Chameleon with with that, but the thing is, like 15 SMG damage is also not nothing. So giving that up, especially if you're like going with like a blue core or two.
Fucking hell!
Actually, as well, I'm kind of actually on purpose not transferring. And to see actually how this thing behaves. I did lose my middle buff there. Why is my character like that far away? Stretched arm out. Just looks so odd.
Charge compromised.
There's also, yeah, on Undeath's Fury, like, Chatterbox also kind of still exists. Especially solo Chatterbox can be really good, because anything above 3 stacks is already, like, really up there. As an example of something that fits a little bit better. This is going to just go obliterate chest. So oh, okay, to get the Exodus gloves in. Although, to me that feels like, you know what? I'm going to break my toe because I like this shoe and I want to wear this shoe. So I'm just going to break my toes so it fits. Just get a better, bigger shoe. Kind of that idea for me. Because yeah, if you're like, yeah, Exodus kind of fits pretty well with the Chameleon, but why not put it on, you know, Striker, Heartbreaker, Umbra, anything else that would, for instance, in Umbra you can run the chest, and then you can have Exodus plus a Cheska piece somewhere else. You could have it on Striker, where you could, yeah, Obliterate Chest and Exodus. Like, all of that makes more sense to me, I feel. And even take like Palisade along it. You just don't have the Disorient, but also like the Disorient is nice, but it's also not worth giving up that much for it. Good access. It's going to have too. I mean, yeah, the Exodus and Chameleon have a pretty good interaction. The thing is, though, that even that, like, it's easier said than done. Like, getting the Exodus to trigger every 45 seconds, especially when its cooldown is 40 seconds, to try to, you know, get your armor break in that 5 second between for longer fights. I'm not saying you can't. I'm just going to say that that's not going to be consistent. You can extend it by 1, basically, quite often. But yeah, you can't per se do it consistently. That's me as well, just like, I've kind of noticed that has been very much focusing on the Chameleon, because there are others that kind of ask me my opinion on it, and they usually just send some screenshots and stuff of like the builds and stuff, and it's just like, Chameleon is decent, but it's also not worth that much of an investment. Like, I'd rather run it on a build that kind of fits with it, like the tech tank here, instead of trying to make something for it, and in doing so, kind of... Because, for instance, this afternoon as well, somebody brought up this patch is somewhat new video, and on that as well, he's like going with like two-piece Overlord to run Chameleon better, and it's just like, okay, but just run something. Like, if you want to have that accuracy, maybe just, you know, just run a high end with Killer or Measured or Ranger, and then you can put accuracy mods on it if you want. Make it the right time. Let me just take out this bonus. Yeah, that's kind of the... But even then, yeah, like, I would kind of think that would fit better with basically anything except Hunter's Fury. Like, Hunter's Fury seems to be the least best choice kind of for that.
Charge exposed.
Just because, yeah, it forces you into the backpack. Whereas, yeah, I mean, it does get you the Disorient, but that's about it. Is that Disorient worth that much of an investment? Not really. This fight as well, it's longer than 45. Yeah, for instance, here in Exodus, just one Exodus break would have been enough. Get us to carry it over. Actually, did I actually, no, I didn't. Oh, there's a good chance. Wait, what? Oh, we're leaving a gap for the Chameleon. I'm like, why is my crit chance so low? Earlier on, we were running SMG, so I had swapped some pieces out, but actually I reloaded the build. Also here as well, I could have a graded weapon, like that would help quite a bit here as well. Well, actually, with the big buff of the Chameleon being weapon damage as well, those two would, you know, you would actually gain less out of the talent and stuff. And hey there, fighters. And yeah, I'm doing pretty well. Hope you're doing well, and also everybody else. And yeah, we're gonna go into tomorrow where we'll have some April foolishness. And even in the game, for those that missed it, there is actually a maintenance planned, and yeah, they were talking about something for April Fools. I'm gonna guess it's gonna be kind of like the Valentine stuff. We're gonna have a bunch of projects, maybe even an item. That would be kind of cool. Maybe some cosmetics. That would be kind of cool. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Also, at one point I need to actually learn the mechanic here for the quick kill. Because on this bus you can actually, so I think you have to kill solo, it's 3 enemies and then the boss, and then you kill the last enemy, and then it basically insta finishes.
Let's get a turret up. Not so smart now.
Shit, Nokia is coming. Yep, Nokia is coming all over this place. Yeah. And I've actually already done most of the recording for my contribution to April foolishness, and then me chasing all these people definitely, like, I wasted a lot of time there. Although we have the reload buff and I can get the chest buff on the boss in a second. So.
Alright, this will extract the transmitter from the module and connect it to the rest of the facility. Then we can link up with the division satellites.
Yeah. New interesting mill. Yeah. Although, yeah, I'd rather just have something different playstyle-ish, honestly.
Agent, are you all right?
Because for instance, yeah, I kind of like Umbra, I kind of like other things. I would pick that more than just trying to extract the most out of the chameleon.
Charge exposed.
It's definitely not bad, but... And actually, it's pretty good. It's not that bad. This isn't Oreo. Like, Gachi just go like... You know what, we'll grab an Oreo and then we'll... Or like the old Oreo. Oh, out of ammo. Should have maybe grabbed ammo. But yeah, that's why we have a secondary.
You're going down.
He says as he's jumping. Was he talking to himself? Because you're going down as he's jumping down. And I'll get you up here. Always one mag damage to something like Lexington measure the Ranger. Do you think there's an argument for Elmo because of the 1 mag damage? To me, not really. I would just... Elmo is kind of... Like, I haven't used Elmo in like months, I feel. The thing is as well, with a lot of the weapons now, you know, having decent reloads and stuff, the damage per mag form for Elmo is decent, but yeah, it's not worth losing a damage talent over. The Elmo especially as well, since it's still M4 now with just 10 weapon handling. It used to be an M4 with 20 weapon handling. That was also a really important part of it. Like, it actually does handle not meaningfully better anymore than an M4. I think it's just the damage challenge got bigger. Killer and Measured got a lot bigger, Ranger as well. But especially competing against Killer, it just doesn't. Which are build from there. I'm not like, don't take my word on PvP on anything yet. It's gonna be a while still. I kind of have a better understanding there. But actually, if you are, because there is somebody else's, let me actually go find this. I don't know if you've seen this one, but also maybe for others. Because there is this PvP guide made by all these fine folks over there. And I'll link it in the chat here. This definitely has a few like builds you could steal from. And actually kind of what I was running starting out was kind of like this first build, close to this first build basically. But then with Pesty. And then what I'm kind of trying out now has been Umbra, although I'm not sold too much on that Umbra. It's kind of, it has a really high ambush potential, but it just doesn't have the survivability for going toe to toe, which, yeah. Does the Spirit Watcher kill all but one of the other ones and then kill the last? Let me see all before any of them get to the ground. Oh, you just have to wait. Why is the boss's chest and trigger for this? But yeah, he would know definitely. And then say then kill us, then kill the last one. Yeah. Oh, just to set him up for it. Okay, yeah. It's not an actual thingy. It's just prep work, kind of. Because I've done it here and there accidentally, but back in the day I didn't know how, and then I do know that like the speedrunners knew. I've looked it up a few times, but every time I've kind of forgotten it. With a lot of things, if I haven't done it myself, it's quite easy for me to kind of forget how it is done. I want to run something else, not particularly, especially not for this mission. Because I was kind of considering, maybe go Umbra, but I don't want to be a red. Oh, well, actually, for the end fight, Umbra would be okay. You know what? Let's run Umbra. But then, you know what? I would rather run it with the Lexington. Let's go get a Lexington quick. Kicking ass and taking names, yeah. It was just, you know, trying to hype himself up just so he could do it. Yeah, let's take a graded Lexington here. I know, we'll run Umbra for this. But also, yeah, I'm just not going to run directives, just too lazy. Just also do not have Fog of War for the end fight.
Taking the capital will deal a huge blow to the True Sons.
Thought I interacted with you.
To get back the briefcase President Ellis was carrying aboard Air Force One. Kelso's waiting aboard a helicopter to extract it as soon as you secure it. If what Ellis told us is true, a lot depends on getting that case to him. You'll have some trouble through the perimeter. You'll be on your own once you're inside.
Is there a way? I was actually considering. Is there like sneaky ways to stack that thing up?
But it looks like the smoke's working.
In PvP? Because, you know, in the past it's been possible. For instance, Heartbreaker, you could stack Heartbreaker on your own decoy and stuff. I've never messed around per se with Chameleon being able to be pre-stacked in some way. And I'm just gonna, while I'm charging up my Umbra, I'm just gonna fire a little bit already.
Compromised.
Hostile reinforcements converging on your position.
Activated charge transfer.
What? Oh, I wasn't halfway. That's such a rare thing to happen. It just never happens unless it's not group stack. of spawning the last wave, basically.
Initiated.
Yes, Umbra, I like tall cover.
Looks clear.
All right, push forward.
Just to hide behind the little. Would you encourage in the striker build for legendary? Thing is, well, I'm gonna assume for in-group legendaries, right? The thing is, Exodus is in group setting. It's a little bit of a dick move. I should have charged my Umbra first. Because the second that the enemy loses interest in you because of the Exodus gloves, what will happen is they will instantly start firing at whoever else is kind of, you know, the next one on their list, on their aggro list. And that can make it quite, you know, people will kind of be expecting, oh, this guy's shooting at that guy, so I don't have to worry about them, but then suddenly they turn and just shoot at them. But yeah, just putting a striker obliterate instead of Coyote, run Exodus. Like that's the obvious.
That was the last of
Although for legendary, you can also run chest striker and then just chest cap, whatever, mask, holster, knee pad, any of those slots, and then. You know, measure, turn it. Crit us to that way down. Striker still nuts. Yeah, although I would say GR9 gives up a little bit too much damage for it. Because the GR9 is pretty far down the list in burst, especially compared to MG5 or M249 or Negev. I kind of prefer those overall. Just backpack, liquor, rush, runners chest, red corn.
In the rotunda. They're inside. Move to intercept.
Oh, was that for that PvP build? Intimidate? That's brave.
System disrupted.
In PvP. If that's for that build still.
Detected.
It's the RFID code we're looking for. The briefcase must be.
Because there's usually more
Copy that, Kelso?
adrenaline rush, unbreakable.
standing by.
Okay, that's the bit. Oh, I'm forgetting that I'm.
System reactivated.
That I'm Umbra.
Charge transfer initiated.
You know what? Let's actually charge up all the way.
Once you acquire the briefcase, head to the roof of the rotunda and wait for the helicopter.
That mortar team is still up there.
Understood. They'll need to be cleared before the helo can approach.
Let's do one of these.
Charge transfer activated.
To the in-cover to shoot that far down. Which also, yeah, breaks Umbra, of course. Oh, there is something. And of course as well, the global eventing. A lot of heavy lifting.
General,
I killed her before her
looks like they
grenade
have
killed her.
briefcase.
I saved her.
Do what you can do to delay them.
Sir, yes, sir. We're on it.
By doing chicken dance and they get some stack. Oh, actually, yeah, I could just. Oh, well, for DZ, okay.
We're on station outside small arms range.
Yeah, DZ, I could
On
see
the
it.
capital.
Makes sense. Because in DZ, you can stack on ads and stuff, but yeah. Generally, yeah, when we say PvP, it's more the conflict is PvP and then DZ is DZ.
Where were they? Son of a bitch! There's the target! Fuck the division!
Charge charge compromised. Serious trauma detected.
Picked the wrong damn street.
Cuver to
Charge
cuver.
transfer initiated.
Yeah!
Engage!
That fucker's got
And of course, rogue agents detected. We have had a habit of manifesting them here sometimes. This is a bit of a hit and miss with staggering, especially independent. That's IDP as well. I mean, the thing is, if anything that you can kind of like pre-stack or stuff, because then just go with frenzy. Like if you're ambushing anyway and stuff, just why not even something more strong than that? Like if you're taking the time for that. The thing is though that yeah, that is situationally can be really good, but it's like the definition of cherry picking basically, right? Because good luck doing that when you know you're fighting for a checkpoint or for
Agent charge compromised.
you know
Charge
fighting
transfer
right outside of
activated.
an exit or doing 1 versus 1s or something, or just yeah conflict itself. And from downstairs, I always like this side the best because you can kind of shoot
Activated charge transfer.
into both doors more easily.
I've got no problem inside.
It's not a striker build now. This candy. That's Pomix says there. I'm running Umbra now, just to also been running it in PvP and stuff a little bit, Joe. So I'm just gonna reminding myself or trying to get into the habit of just
When the roof is clear, send up a flare to signal us.
doing it right. Basically. And Umbra, yeah, as we kind of showcased recently with the build showcase on Umbra, it's definitely a contender nowadays. With it's like last season, it got some buffs at the with the start of the season, so it's actually pretty good. As I said there. And it can do pretty good damage. The thing of it is, yeah, you need to do the, you know, charging it up. So you need to be a good boy and sit in cover once in a while, which for solo and stuff kind of works. In a group setting, this is just annoying. But for me as well, it gives me a second to kind of catch up on the thing. Let's go with crew chance, which you can choose. That's crazy. Chopper chance. I mean, yes, but like that's the thing of something just working. Because the GR9, like, yeah, it's decent, but yeah, it's not to the level of, especially the MG5 now that it has a much better relay speed. Why am I doing this? It's not gonna work out for me here. I'm actually gonna fall back. Let's see if I can make it. Especially not get fun. Because that's where I go if I'm like a tech tank or something. Something that can murder while also having some survivability.
Charge transfer initiated.
This thing is just a full red build. The safe place is kind of here, actually. I can use this as tall cover.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Super itchy nose, suddenly. Also, in general, yeah, I just don't mind Umbra at all. Because even without the buff up, it's still a full red build and stuff, so you know you can kill. But yeah, you definitely want to be doing it right for really getting the most out of it.
Charge transfer.
And also one of the things with it is it has a really high killer activation rate. Just because the crit is like 4 times as large. Like there, my non-crits were like 200, although that was with like the thing up as well. But and then my crits were like 1,000,000. The disparity between those two also means that, especially here solo, I've I've really high chances of triggering killer, and then also when it's active, it makes the crit even bigger, and then you kind of cascade that way. What Umbra build didn't you like in PvP? I haven't tried too many out yet, but yeah, I've tried it kind of with Pesty and with Iron Lung mostly, kind of with a few ARs, but we kind of landed on the Iron Lung, especially being decent. And also, yeah, with Ninja Bike 3-piece and then 2-piece Lengmo with blue cores, because I have those Lengmo pieces, so might as well indulge. It's not that I don't like it. It's, first of all, yeah, I've kind of got to get into the habit of it, of just doing Umbra things, because I keep forgetting, you know, you're kind of doing multiple things, and then, especially when you're kind of getting spawn camped and stuff, it's too easy to, like, try to want to push out to kind of, or well, like, or like if, you know, the fight's in the middle more so actually than spawn camp. You try to want to get back to your teammates quickly, but then I quite often forget to charge up Umbra. Which is, you know, a bad idea. And then also it is definitely squishier, because yeah, if you have an unbreakable, adrenaline rush, especially in close range, is really strong. That's mostly as well. I feel my play. Oh, that's also what I used to run in the DZ, so I'm kind of used to it. Is especially those like high-end unbreakable adrenaline rush setups. I feel I kind of lean more towards those, honestly. But what I want to make as well is just a bighorn regen hazard protected thing. Because honestly, I wouldn't mind being always hazard protected, and just, you know, sometimes sometimes we lose because of that, because, you know, if the person isn't leaning at all into hazard protection, we're at a disadvantage. But I've died to status a lot. Or I've died due to status as well a lot. It's just Iron Lung and stuff. Kind of hovering around this singular piece itself over here.
Targeting the objective.
It's basically whatever like an obliterate striker you can do. You can also kind of do with the Umbra if you play it right. It's not that far behind. Except that here, for instance, yeah, striker would just build up to 100 stacks, and you don't have to like continuously try to fill it back up. Although I feel I'm doing a decent job here, just in every few reloads, kind of.
One trailer out of action.
Okay, knock out the other one.
Interesting that her AI even allowed her to go. Usually when the second part starts, like the enemies just bum rush for that part over there. No, I've been actually considering capacitor setup as well. I'm gonna mess around with a bunch of setups. It's also why I specifically went and got like Umbra pieces for each and every slot, basically. Also, one thing I should always just be better at is, especially at like mid-range, using the scope and removing the parallax because of that. That's always a good idea. It's just, it's annoying that I wish you could kind of toggle it, not have it be something that you each time have to manually do. Actually, yeah, let's do some transfer. Was actually on purpose not doing some transfers just to get a feel for the damage here. But let's actually go quick.
Charge compromised.
Is it that itty? Pop up right in front.
Second trailer down. No further contacts. Area secure.
Copy that. Ammo.
Coming to you. The cargo hook is on its way down. Stand by to attach the briefcase.
Oh no, actually, it's a spam can answer there already, Alex. I only am on PC. As yeah, I don't own the other ones. So.
We have the briefcase. Taking fire. We're out of here. We've got a whole bunch of hostiles headed to you.
Charge exposed. Activated charge transfer.
Trying to get the backpack on this guy, but I'll just murder him the old-fashioned way then. The much better place to set up is kind of there in the middle. You can just shoot down the entire corridor as he's coming down. I was just being lazy. It's also here at most, it spawns 2 waves, even if you don't kill the boss quick. Why is that guy just walking? I mean, all of his friends just died doing the same thing he's about to do, so... Maybe...
The briefcase is secure.
Maybe not the worst idea, but...
And General Ridgway has been neutralized. Of all the toys on my map I've been waiting to knock over, that fucker was the one.
Yeah, let's go get completion of the mission, completion of the weekly.
Some even went over to his side. Set up a flare from the front steps to signal the
another
all clear.
weekly in before the reset.
Celebrate.
A few more exotic components. Although I need to actually start spending them. I'm becoming one of those idiots with way too many of these. I'm on 600 already, okay. The thing is though that also for those I need a lot of SHD calibrations and stuff. And yeah, on this account, I don't do watch alts. Basically, I don't have any slots for that, so I just get to spend whatever I get from levels and stuff. And although most of my characters are actually, they have like 1900 now saved up. I always try to keep it above it, but yeah, we could actually spend like 4K at some point. Get a bunch of weapons. To 20 or 25 or 28. And it's always important to roll here just so you do a weird, very weird animation. Yeah, this thing is pretty impressive. A GAU 8. Yeah, this is actually, they stole this one out of the A10 in the Air and Space Museum. Like actually, if you go to the A10 there, it has it kind of like it's ripped out, and yeah, that's the one they brought here. Ah, interesting. There's a ceiling here, or is that just no? I don't know. Actually, that might be the normal height for the camera. But yeah, quite the construction. Yeah, let's take this back to base, and we'll also round it out there as we've kind of made it already a little bit later than I wanted. In the background, I'm already gonna go and try to find somebody for us to raid in a minute on the Twitch end. See who's available. Actually, I might just go with that. Yeah. Let me catch up on some of the... Well, actually, let's go get cleaned up first. We'll catch up on the last ones.
Best gear in the city. I've got it right here.
Last chats and stuff. Inoperable. I mean, how inoperable can you make something that, you know, an armorer can't fix it? But yeah, in real life, likely yes. But, you know, here, of course, you know, I'll take a DTOC Classic M1A. I was actually gonna try to get one anyway if we get a guard roll one.
Thanks for the deal.
Actually, wait, was that? No, I saw Howland there, but it wasn't the right one. But yeah, sometimes you get decent stuff out of those caches. So, because actually I wanted one. Because actually the Classic one looks decent now with the new reload that it has. It's definitely not as painful as it used to be. But then that also likely means that I have way too many of them in here. So I'm just going to get rid of that one. We'll keep the other two. Although I'll likely just use one and then we'll trash the other one. Although I might make that one my stash one. It's guard rolls. Yeah, and let's go raid in. I see a few names, but one that we haven't raided in a while is Cali Cowboy. So let's go raid him as they're doing incursion, which I haven't done an incursion like this since this whole season, and also not like the last 2 months of the last seasons. Should actually do a bunch of incursions at some point, just to kind of refresh on it and just have some fun with it. Maybe we'll get some of that in next week, or maybe the week after that. But yeah, for now, enjoy yourself some Cali Cowboy. Tomorrow, I won't be streaming in the afternoon as I'm going to finish up a bunch of stuff and also just do some work stuff. I might start a little earlier on the evening. I do want to do the Striker video, kind of the Striker Talents video, as we have the spreadsheet kind of fully set up for it, and kind of I've thought about what I want to say and such, which is important as well. So we'll likely do that tomorrow in the evening, but then also, yeah, tomorrow, likely towards the normal time, which is usually the 6 in the evening, my local time, which 1800 CET. I'll have a video coming out, and I definitely think after that video, I need to actually, there's a moment in that video which will definitely turn into an emote, I feel. as I quite like how it turned out in the end. But yeah, we might see a little bit of Nokia. But yeah, that's gonna be tomorrow. As of course, watch out tomorrow, as there'll be a bunch of silly news, and maybe they'll hide some real news in the silly news. But yeah, that's all for tomorrow. As always, thank you guys and gals for joining me. We'll send everybody off to Cali Cowboy here in a second. On the Twitch end, you YouTube peoples, I can't do anything against you guys, so you guys are free to live your lives as you want to, but you Twitch people, you're with me. Into the boats. Start rowing. And yeah, let's go over to Cali Cowboy. I hope to see some, if not all of you, in the future. And as always, have a good night.